too last.
Well, let's talk a little bit about these cars. Of course, Spec Miatas, that means that they have to meet certain specifications. There's just so much you can do to these cars to get them into race conditions. We've seen so many of these drivers, they'll do wheel locks down into turn 6 where they are right now many times. That's where we've seen drivers advance before because somebody locks up the brakes and somebody else outbrakes them and turns underneath them. That is one of the real primary passing spots on this race course.
Well, we had a couple of unusual ones the last race, too, coming up that back straight up the hill, remember?
Yep, there were some spots where you normally don't see passing taking place. We saw a lot of that happening last time, and it was exciting to see some of the drivers that don't normally get into the top spot be able to get some wins last time we were here.
Yeah, it was certainly a great weekend. I'm expecting another one today. The weather's a little bit warmer than last time. But I think with the cloud cover, the track temp should be good and conducive to some good racing today.
Well, we've also got a third party in our broadcast today. Chris Conowald is here, and Chris, we want to bring him in on this discussion right now. Chris, you're in Dawson County, so you're right here, part of Atlanta Motorsports Park, and able to see what's happened here at this great race facility. It continues to expand. We've started adding more historics into this race. We've started adding time attack, and we've also got autocross going on, and it's just tremendous to see what's going on in the world of Dawson County racing here in the root of racing, the hometown where racing actually started here in Dawsonville, Georgia.
Yes, indeed, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's a real treat to have a chance to spend an afternoon with two legends in broadcasting, both of you, and so I'm looking forward to learning from both of you. And of course, yes, growing up here in Dawsonville has also been a really unique experience, a racing town. So thanks for having me.
Well, thank you so much. We look forward to Chris talking to our winners as we go along this afternoon. We're in pre-finals right now. They come their way down the front straightaway. You see them as they come off turn number 17. Here we go to get the green flag to get things underway right now. One of our great shots from the drone as we see those cars heading toward turn 1. That is a treacherous turn. Turn number 1 is one where they have to turn greater than 90 degrees, about a 130-degree turn or so, as they wing their way back down toward turn number 1. They come off turn 1 into turn 2, and we've got a gaggle of cars going in there. Got some side-by-side racing action as well. Off of turn number 1, that may be, let's see, we can start to get some numbers here in just a moment as they make their way by.
I think Fabiani's in second.
Yeah, Fabiani, who had a great race last time we were here. Remember, he had those engine troubles, and he had to go in and replace the engine at 3 in the morning and finally got that thing working and came home with a win here at Atlanta Motorsports Park last time we were here 2 weeks ago. I believe that may be Keith Williamson up front in the 64. Keith had a good run. He also had a win here last time we were here, so it was great to see both of those drivers doing well in their last outing. Right now, they head their way down the back course here. We're down in turn number 10 right now as the drivers work their way up turn 10 into turn 11. They'll make their way through that Nuremberg ring design course as they come off through there and head down toward turn 14. It's going to be interesting to watch these drivers make their way up the front straightaway as they come back by our vantage point here to complete lap number 1. They come off of turn number 16. Here they come down off 17, and we've got that two-way battle as they make their way by, heading across start-finish. That is Keith Williamson along with our second-place car,
Fabiani.
And that's Fabiani, Blake Fabiani. He has got him in his sights. Fabiani takes a quick look down to the inside. He's trying to make the move, but look at Williamson pull away from him as they head up to turn number 2.
Looks like a two-car breakaway.
They've got quite a bit of distance over that third-place car as they work their way around the carousel. That's one of our signature turns here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Come around the big tower. They make their way down the hill. And, Pete, this is one of those areas where they carry a lot of steam down into turn number 6, and they got to woe it down quickly.
Yeah, it can make you or break you right here.
Williamson makes it through perfectly well. Fabiani right in his tire tracks as they come along. The 91 in there also. That is
Ty Svani.
I am not familiar with the name of that driver. Normally in that 91 car, there's a different driver there. It looks like Towel is the driver in that one right now. They head down toward turn number 10. We see those drivers making their way up the hill. And look at this. It's Fabiani behind his somehow he slipped back in there, it looks like right now, as Williamson continues to lead this thing. Williamson working his way down turn 14, and I told you, Pete, last time we were here, sometime last year, I believe it was, we had a car wind up in the trees in turn 14. That was kind of an amazing thing for that car, just to go completely off the course and into the trees.
Look at this.
Look at these drivers coming by. Oh, Fabiani, it was so tight, it almost looked like one car in that previous shot. Fabiani right on the back bumper. This time he tries to set up Williamson as he goes wide off that turn. He's looking down to the inside. This time, Williamson not able to pull away like he did before. Fabiani's got the momentum. He comes up side by side with Keith Williamson. Then he has to tuck back in single file as they work up around the carousel.
Ooh, he's still there.
Fabiani right on the back bumper of Keith Williamson. What an exciting duo it is out front right now. Williamson works his way down toward turn number 6. Look at this. Fabiani right on his tail as they head into turn 6. It's Williamson and Fabiani. Fabiani again takes a quick look down to the inside, tries to see if he can gain some advantage. What a great race these two drivers are putting on.
A real nice exit on that turn.
Look at that great shot of the drone following those drivers. Man, Killboy has got such an engine in that drone. It is keeping up with these drivers on those 130-mile straightaways here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Down into turn number 7, turn number 8, turn number 9, and up toward turn number 13. My goodness, look at those guys go. They are keeping themselves out in front of the rest of this field of drivers and working their way now around that big turn 13 and down into 14. Won't be long now till you'll be seeing them come into that shot right there off of turn number 17. We'll watch those drivers as they make their way through here in just a moment. Now, that is a treacherous turn, Pete. We've talked about 17 before. As you come up the hill, those cars, the weight unloads off of the carriage of the car. And that can be a problem for drivers. They can spin coming off there.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those turns that doesn't look as treacherous as it really is.
And I was concerned when I first saw it. I thought, why are there so many barrels there on a very innocuous-looking turn? But it's because those cars unload and the rear end wants to come around on them very easily. There you see them going through the S's as they head up the hill. It's a little bit of distance now between Williamson and Fabiani as they make their way down that long hill.
Remember the last race, Williamson did that turn 14 is where he suddenly had a shot of speed.
That's right.
To come for that victory, and it looks like that's where he pulled out on the last lap. They're running very similar lap times. Actually, Williamson's in the 38s, and the rest of the fields are in the 39s.
Yeah, Tal Svani is in the 91. Matt White is in the 67. Matt Saylor is in the 37. Steve Tyner in the 09. Mike Pasco in the 121. And Jordan Coker is in the 22. Now, he is in a different class than the rest of these guys. He is not in the Spec Miata. You see him in that red BMW that's out there, so he's running a different class than the rest of these guys. A lot of those are new names we've not seen here, so it's good to see some different people racing on this racetrack. We've got autocross going on this afternoon here, so a lot of drivers out there in different kinds of vehicles on the autocourse track or autocross track. Williamson, Fabiani make it across start-finish. We are in now at 7 minutes complete, so we got about 13 minutes more to go in this one. 20-lap session for these drivers. Williamson, Fabiani making their way to turn number 2. That is you can't really see the elevation change on the monitor as much as it is, but it is up quite an elevation. Then it'll work down again toward turn number 3.
That was the fast lap of the race so far. Fabiani's into the low 137s on that last lap.
Well, Fabiani and Williamson make their way down the hill right now. It's Williamson in the lead, Fabiani back there in second spot. And Blake working on the back of Keith's car. They head off of the rumble strips. Boy, you saw the rear end. You saw that car slide. Almost looked like he was drifting a little bit in Fabiani's car that time when he came across those rumble strips off turn number 6.
You got to be careful not to use up the tires in this temperature out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. They've got to go right back out again in just a little while for their final this afternoon, and so don't want to do too much tire damage on those cars. We've got a treat coming up during downforce time today when the Radical cars are on the racetrack. We've got Tyler Edwards, the head of the Primal Racing School here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. He's going to be sitting in with us. And, Pete, I don't know about you, but I'm interested in learning more about these SR1s, SR3s, and the cars that are on the racetrack. We got some Praga cars here today. It's exciting to see them out here as well.
Yeah, I mean, that should be an exciting race right now.
Yeah, can't wait on. We can see more and more of those cars getting involved in that. Williamson now with about a 6-car length lead over Fabiani as they come by our vantage point here in the tower. They head down to turn 1. Fabiani, he slid those tires a little bit in turn 6 last time by. Makes you wonder if he's trying to save something for the end, or is he has he worn those tires out? That's always a question we'll have to figure out a little later on as we go through the end of this race. Of course, this is just the pre-final. We've got a final coming up a little later right now.
Watching his driving style, he seems very tidy, and I think he just might be trying to save those tires for the end.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that that's what he's doing, trying to save those tires a little bit. He's seeing, you can see he's testing out things just to see where he can gain some spot, gain some momentum, and he's just saving it for later. But he and Williamson, they're great friends, great drivers, and I'm looking forward to a big final when it comes down to it. It may come down to a last lap pass like it was last time we were here.
The last time we were here, you were asking one of the questions that I think the leader, Keith, was making a mistake, was he was following so closely in the leader's tire tracks that he is now running his line and his braking points as opposed to running his own. And if you look at what Fabiani's doing, he's just given enough gap. He doesn't have a chance to pass right now, and I think he's running his own race until it's time to go.
Yeah, I think that's one of the keys is at some point you've got to go where they aren't. In order to try to change things, you've got to change it up a little bit and go where everybody else is not running in order to make a pass.
It's so tempting to be right in their bumper all the time that it's fun to look at, but again, the leader's dictating the race.
So, Pete, let's talk a little bit about your business. We're about midway through this race right now. Got a little bit of time for you to explain to people what you do.
Well, we're a car dealer in Alpharetta, Georgia. We sell nationally. The name of my company is Muscle Car Junior Inc. A lot of people here at the track have used us for consignments, selling their race cars. Don't let the name fool you. We started in road racing and then sports cars. I've sold, I'd say, literally thousands of Porsches over the years, and that's one of our main marks. Just sold a beautiful racing Viper the other day. That was just a car from the Speed World Challenge Series. But we do just a little bit of everything. When my road racing career ended, we went to drag racing. Started getting into more and more into hot rods again from what started me from the beginning, and we've been having a good time with it.
Well, now, when you say hot rods, you're talking about muscle cars that have been built out, or you're talking about rat rods? What are you talking about?
In the shop today, I've got a Outlaw Porsche 911 with a big motor and steel flares, and I got a 1928 Ford chopped Model A.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, with a big block Chevy in it. So we got a little bit of everything. A Ferrari Dino.
Now, how technologically advanced is that Ford? Is it got the air conditioning and the whole deal in it, or is it still stock from the inside looking?
Nah, it's a pretty slick piece, but I would say more of a tube frame style chassis. Look at these guys go.
Well, yeah, Fabiani's right up on the back of Williamson once again. He's tightened things up as they head down to turn number 1.
They're side by side. I think he gave him a little shot there.
Fabiani trying to see what he can do once again. Before we saw Williamson pull out to an early lead right there. Well, this time Fabiani is right in his tire tracks. He's staying about 4 feet away from that back bumper of Williamson as they work up the hill. Fabiani trying to take a little different line. He's looking to the outside. Then that allows him, as he comes off the corner, to get down to the inside. Boy, you saw the rear end of that car slide around, too. Fabiani's giving it all he's got.
Yeah, but look how much time he lost on that move.
Yep, that's anytime those tires are sliding, you're going to lose grip on the racetrack. It's like Kyle Petty used to say, you want to be flat on the mat all the time. That was his famous saying that he had.
Believe it or not, even with the small frontal areas of these cars, there is certainly a draft in Spec Miata.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
You know, we're at the kart track on occasion. Last week at the kart track, the drivers were talking a lot about drafting and how important drafting is in go-karts. Imagine that. So drafting does come into play. Look at Fabiani. He's taking a whole different line this time. It looks like, from this vantage point, it looks like they're just creeping. It looks like they're going 10 miles an hour. Obviously, they're going all these cars will handle without spinning out. But it's a little bit elusive to see what the power is or what the speed is on the monitors.
Look at him gain on the uphill. That's sort of right out of Keith's playbook from last month.
Yeah, here comes Williamson off 16. He's working his way off 17 right now. They come down again front straightaway. We are 13 minutes into this race. Fabiani trying to set him up on the high side. Goes Fabiani, and he's going to see if he can come off the corner down underneath Keith Williamson. He does. He gets up side by side with him, then has to tuck back single file, but he's still very tight on him as they work their way up to 3. Here goes Williamson. Williamson had a trouble. Something happened to Keith Williamson's car.
Looks like he
and
missed the
Fabiani
shift,
has worked up the hill in turn 4. Oh, my. What happened to Keith?
Oh, he's gone.
Something has happened to him. His car slowing, not quite to a stop yet. I don't know if he's going to be able to coast back down the hill or not, but I believe we're going to have to get someone out there to rescue Keith Williamson's car.
Too bad. That looked like a great battle shaping up. It was the way it looked to me.
We got a caution out at that portion of the racetrack, so caution is out right now. We'll have to go retrieve Keith Williamson's car. That's got to be heartbreaking. You won last week. You're out here. You're leading the race this week. Well, it may have been an electrical problem of some kind. Now he's got it rolling once again. Let's see if he can get it up to speed. He's coming down the hill. So just checking on Keith right now as he comes down to that turn. I don't know if he's trying to get it up to speed or not. We'll see here in a minute if he's going to be able to power it down this straightaway. Yeah, he's rolling into turn number 7. Let's see what happens with Keith. He's still not up to power. I don't know if he's trying to or not.
I just saw his hand come out of the window signifying he's going to pit this lap.
Okay, so he'll be coming into the pit area. We got a lot going on here today. We've got a pit area and a paddock area that's full of people. We got autocross going on. And in the meantime, you've got other drivers making their way by. They're still back at speed right now, but the pace car, the safety car, is out on the racetrack, so they'll be picking up the field here in just a moment as the safety car with Collins Rigdon at the wheel will pick up Fabiani and the rest of our field of drivers. So Blake Fabiani is now our race leader, and that puts our second place car now as Tal Safani. So we'll be getting those drivers all lined up, and it's a break for Blake because he's going to be your race leader, but now he's got these other guys right on his back bumper. He doesn't have any advantage over them once we get under caution like this for a full course caution.
Let's see if Safani or White's got anything for him in the restart.
It doesn't appear that they do. They haven't so far, but like we saw last week, you never know who's going to go through a tire cycle or whatever and something just work out in your favor to be able to get by Blake.
Yeah, and it's quite a bit warmer than it was the last race.
How does heat play into this particular race course? You've got left sides of your tires that are heating up, right sides that are heating up because of the way that you're going through this course. What does that do to tire cycles at this racetrack?
Track temperature is really sometimes it's a pain, but it's also a big equalizer in a race like this, almost like rain. When you have a high temperature, especially coming off a mild spring that we've had, they might not be used to the lack of grip that they're getting. You know, there's a fine line where the tire, the track being warm enough that the tire has optimum grip, then it gets to a point where it becomes like you're driving on grease. You know.
We'll see him back up to speed here in just a minute. This gives us an opportunity to introduce our crew to you. Our executive producer is Will Rigdon. Our producer is Michaela Denny. Director today is Michael Lane. On camera, we have Branton McMahon. Also, Ethan Denny is on camera. Blaine Hensley is on camera, as well as Kavion Cook. Also, we have John Michael Collins on camera. And on our interviews today, we'll have Chris Conowall. Our drones today, we have 2 drones. microphones. We have Jeff Farver on the Skycam and Daryl Kilboy Cannon on that one that's following the drivers at top speed when they go around the race course. That's pretty interesting to see.
They do a great job.
Collins Rigdon has dropped off the field. They are set to go back to green. They come off turn number 17 right now. They're in slow motion right there, but pretty soon they'll get in the throttle as the green flag waves and we get back to green. They head off down toward turn 1. They're accelerating through the gearbox, and they head to turn 1 right now in these Spec Miatas. By the way, I'm Charles Head. I've not introduced myself today. Glad to be here back at Atlanta Motorsports Park once again with Pete Manzolillo. We're looking forward to a great afternoon. So far, it's been eventful right now. Blake Fabiani takes him down, and Blake is not really getting away from the field right quick here.
No, he isn't.
Tal is hanging in there, and so is Matt. They are right there behind him. Look at that. Tal took a quick look down to the inside. Tal Svani is in that 91 car, and he has taken a quick look to the inside of Fabiani. Now Blake's on the accelerator, brings it down the hill, starting to separate himself by about 8 car lengths. They head off turn number 6. Look at Blake, how quickly he's back in the gas. I think that's one of his secrets. He is back in the gas in a hurry. Oh, around goes Safani. Not sure exactly what happened there, if that was contact or if he just slipped coming off. It was contact. Okay, I did not see that. So interesting turn of events there for Tal Svani as he goes to the rear of the field right now because of that contact. So Matt Saylor in the 37 car is now up to second spot. And that slows him down a bit, too, trying to catch Blake because of the contact that happened right off turn number 6.
Yeah, now he needs to keep.
Now, here we go. Let's check this out. Here's the replay of what happened. There's Blake Fabiani on the screen. And just behind him, that's after it happened. We did not see the actual contact there. But the 91, here's another better shot of that. Actually, I believe that's a live shot back now once again. Yeah, they head down to turn number 1. Fabiani has already cleared turn 1. Now you've got that battle. Oh, my goodness. Battle in there for second and third. And there's a little bit of a change right there as Steve Tyner in the 09, I believe, has moved up now to second spot. Wow. So Tyner is now your second place runner, and he's trying to catch Blake Fabiani. Fabiani down the hill toward turn number 6, and our time is starting to wind down right now.
That was a big move.
And I believe we're on the white flag lap, so we're getting ready for the checkered flag to come out this next time by. Blake Fabiani trying to see if he can win it here this afternoon after a little bit of difficulty there with Mark Williamson in his quest. Keith Williamson, that is. Keith had some trouble going off turn number 3, trying to work his way up the hill, and he had to take that car to the pit area. But right now we're awaiting our drivers. They go up through the back section of the course. Fabiani well out ahead of these other drivers. He's already heading down into turn number 14. Fabiani will be making his appearance off turn 17 in just a few moments, and he'll come to the checkered flag to win our pre-final here this afternoon for the Spec Miatas. Here comes Fabiani right now. He's heading down. The crossed flags are coming out. Fabiani will get the win in his car. In second place, it's going to be, I believe that is Steve Tyner. Actually, it's Matt White in the 67. Matt Saylor in the 37 finishes in third. Steve Tyner in the 09 will take fourth. And Mike Pasco in the 121 will be fifth. Jordan Coker, who was in that class all by himself in that red BMW, finishes last on the field, but he will finish first in his group of cars in that SE30 that's out there. So, Pete, so far an eventful afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
A little rubbing his racing, but for Fabiani, after his trials and tribulations at the last race, was that 4 o'clock wake-up call after getting the shavings out of his engine. This is some kind of redemption for him here.
Yeah, we talked about that last week when it's like the old Days of Thunder thing where Harry Hyde walks up and says, that's not what I wanted to hear from you, when he sees the filings in the engine oil and they had to change engines all of a sudden. Well, Fabiani faced that last time. 4 in the morning, he found some, in the camshaft area, he found some metal filings and had to pull that cam out at the last minute. Pretty much decided he wasn't going to come, and then at the last minute, he said, heck, I'm going to make this thing work. And he pulled that part of the engine out, got it fixed up, got back here, and just babied it around to make sure everything was going to be okay for the first few laps, and then was off to the races. Today, he brings home a victory, so congratulations to Blake Fabiani on his win. We'll be going down in just a moment. Chris is going to have an interview and get a few words with Fabiani when he brings that number 85 car back to the pit area. So he's on a cool-down lap right now. It'll take a while for him to get back around, and we'll go down for that. So, Pete, tell me a little bit about Spec Miatas. We've talked about them, talked about what you can do to them. You kind of know the Miata area better than I do, so tell people what these Spec Miatas can have in them.
The original concept of the class was to make it a driver series. Mazda would spec the shock absorbers, the engine configuration. Everything was supposed to be on an equal footing. And as we know in racing, that's not always the case.
Well, now, when you say it's supposed to be a driver's class, what does that really mean?
Well, they figured they'd take the car prep out of the equation. So the idea that you bought the suspension, the sway bars, shocks, things like that from Mazda itself, they were all unified. So it was the car setup and driving skill is what led you to hit the front of the pack. Either you could drive them or you couldn't.
So instead of going and buying a highly technical piece, it's something that drivers can work on pretty much themselves. Very little that they can do to the cars throughout the week to get them ready for the next week. Is that what that is supposed to be like?
That was the original idea, yes. But
so how, in reality, how did that work out?
They're probably some of the most complex cars you'll see on the track.
Really?
I mean, the level of creative engineering is incredible, and especially in my time in it, tech would go crazy just trying to check out cam specs and things like that.
Well, I know that even Legends cars, we're going to talk with Tyler Edwards here in a minute about Legends car racing and this kind of thing. Legends cars, Humpy Wheeler told me they were developed so that like a guy who was a dentist or a doctor could go buy one, never have to tinker with it, same set of tires all year long. He said they never envisioned guys would show up in cup-style haulers with 3 or 4 Legends cars in the back, and they would start tinkering with them like they did.
Okay, I know one team that used to use fishing scales.
Yeah.
And they would pull the car with the fishing scale to see how much force it is that it would use, and they would grease the hubs with lightweight grease and different things like that to reduce the rolling resistance.
Wow.
They would last one race. So
yeah.
What was supposed to be a spec series to keep costs down ended up escalating it to you really couldn't believe.
They made those cars with a wheelbase so they would fit inside a pickup truck. And that was supposed to be the deal, that everybody would just have pickup trucks and they'd show up at the track with very little investment. Did not turn out that way.
No, it didn't.
We were ready to go down to Chris. He's got Blake Fabiani, who's got quite a story to tell. Chris, tell us what Blake's got going on today.
Hey, Charles. Hey, Pete. I'm here with race winner Blake Fabiani. Blake, what can you tell us about your run today?
Oh, it was a good run. I was right there with Keith the whole race. Looks like maybe something mechanical happened. Sorry we couldn't finish it out 1 and 2, but a win's a win, so it was fun.
Right, you guys were hot on each other's tail down the straights and in those corners, and then what sort of happened there, best you can tell, on the backside there of that first turn?
I'm really not sure. It looked like Keith may have lost a transmission because he went to shift and didn't, so I bumped him pretty hard. But, yeah, hopefully the car's able to get back out there.
Yeah, well, after that, you had a commanding lead, and of course, we're really impressed by your cause out here. What would you like to say about your sponsor?
Well, I have an autistic son, and he's super special. And, I got someone to design this wrap for me just to bring some awareness to, to everything that goes on to people that aren't quite the same as we are.
We share that in common, my friend, and it's very good to meet you. And I'm going to send it back up to the booth. Congratulations to our race winner, Blake Fabiani. Thanks again.
Thanks,
Back
Chris.
to you guys.
Thank you, Blake. Autism is a big thing in the world of motorsports. A lot of races we do where autism is the theme, and we make up money and give it to Autism Speaks or some of the other organizations. So motorsports has kind of adopted the autism pattern or syndrome, if you will, and taking that under their wing. So we're glad to see that. Congratulations to Blake on getting that set up. We're joined by Tyler Edwards right now. It's a great opportunity for us to talk to somebody who knows downforce racing for sure. Tyler has so many different experiences in all kinds of racing. And Tyler, man, we're glad to have you in the booth with us today.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to be here. It's a really exciting day for racing. We got beautiful weather here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We can see the cars are just now rolling out on track. We have a couple different types of race cars. We have some Radicals, we have some Pragas, we have a lonely Spec Racer Ford, and we have a KTM Crossbow GT4. So it's going to be interesting to see how all these cars compete against each other, and just different engine figures, styles, horsepower. It's going to be fascinating.
Well, everybody tells me the Pragas are very fast. So should we see them out front as this race continues?
Technically, yes, these cars should be faster. The Pragas definitely have more horsepower, more downforce, more grip, and more so than the Radicals. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the Radical drivers compete, maybe the drivers who have a little bit more experience compared to the drivers in the Pragas.
Now, the Pragas, are they technologically the same as the Radicals as far as the chain drive and this? How do they differ as far as the engine compartment and so forth?
So the Pragas, bear with me, I don't know every detail about the Praga. I'm more familiar with the Radicals, but I do know that they do have a full carbon tub, whereas the Radicals utilize a space frame chassis. And they also have basically a bigger engine, more of like a Formula Renault engine, as well as a beefier gearbox and such, whereas the Radicals use more of a bike motor.
I got you. Okay, so it's a whole different type of engineering.
Very,
on
very
those
much
cars.
different, yes.
Now, the Pragas are made where?
The Pragas are made in
Czechoslovakia, I believe.
Czechoslovakia, yep.
Okay. And, of course, the Radicals are British, correct?
Correct. They're made in the United Kingdom out of Peterborough.
And of course, I guess Atlanta Motorsports Park is the home of Radicals in the United States. Is that pretty much accurate?
Well, we are an official dealer, so Primal Racing is located on site here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and we're essentially the Southeast dealer. You have various dealers around the U.S., so there's not like a central hub per se. But we are a dealer, so we sell cars, we have the racing school, and we offer Arrive and Drive. Some of the drivers in this field are actually just renting Radical SR1s from us. So that's a really, really neat thing is drivers work up through our ladder system. They come up through our racing schools, and then they compete in this monthly race series.
You know these drivers that are in the field. Take us through the field and tell us a little bit about them. Of course, we know the story of Braden Nickel. We've watched him through the years as we get ready for, we're getting ready for a green flag here in just a minute. Not sure if there's another lap around or what. But anyway, take us through some of these drivers.
Yeah, so basically, Braden Nickel is kind of I would say he's the hot gun, hot shoe in the field. He's going to be starting on pole. He is driving a Radical SR1. That's kind of the entry-level Radical, so it's going to be really fascinating to see how he really, handles that thing around the track in front of SR3s. Greg Folger, there's a great father-son situation going on here with Greg Folger and Pete Folger. Greg Folger's starting in second place. He's gone through our racing school. He's gone through our 3-day school as well as our 2-day advanced school, and him and Pete have also purchased cars from us. They're competing here full-time in the AMP race series, and it's been fantastic to watch them grow, get faster.
Yeah, Tyler, I want to pause you just a second as you're going through the field. We have a special guest here with us, and Praga has brought him in today, and what a great opportunity. Pete, tell us who we got.
The Stig.
Well, it's Ben Collins these days, I go by.
Okay.
But yeah, it's great to join you. I'm having such a great time here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in the heart of Georgia, in the Appalachian Mountains right there. And this track really, it's just like an extension of the Nürburgring. It's been pretty wild. I've had a great time getting to grips with it in the R1. And getting to watch the first race here. It's going to be exciting.
Have you been out on the course at all?
So I set the record for our class this morning.
Oh, did you
which
really?
was super exciting. And we put some pretty fresh tyres on. I gave it a good shot, and we slipped it in there. So we beat, I think, the time by the Radical SR10. that currently held it. And, it's amazing to see it on this grid of sports cars. We're familiar with this shape from IMSA and Le Mans racing. They're built for endurance. I did a 24-hour race in one of these, but the guys out in the US went one step further with 25 hours at Thunder Hill, and that's something else. So they're built to run, and they're very different technology. You guys were talking about this car is a carbon monocoque chassis, similar to an IndyCar or a Formula One car, with a Renault 2-litre turbo engine tuned by Praga, with roughly 385 horsepower. But you can tone that down, which means it's ideal for people who are getting to grips with motor racing for the first time. But it's game on. Is it game on?
Yep.
Yeah, we're heading down to turn number 1 right now. That's that treacherous turn. Everybody trying to make their way through there. So I got to know, those of you that have been watchers of Top Gear for so many years, tell us about the stigma of the Stig. My goodness.
Well, I mean, it was a blast hiding behind a white helmet, and as a racing driver, it doesn't feel much different because you're always closed in and hot and bothered. But wonderful opportunity to drive so many different cars, and we were setting records on a regular basis, and hopefully, next month or in the near future, we'll be going back to the Top Gear track with Praga's new hypercar, the Behemoth, which is an unbelievable project. Again, all carbon fiber, really cutting edge aerodynamics, extremely powerful. But the big game changer with it is it's super lightweight, so it's 900 kilos. I can never translate to pounds. It makes it lighter than any contemporary sports car. So it's gonna set records.
Horsepower to weight ratio is just going to be outstanding.
It is. It's one of those. When I drove it for the first time, I was like, I remember now what it was like when I was first driving for Top Gear, before cars got big, heavy, and powerful. So it goes back to the if you like, back to the roots. They've added lightness, and it really works.
And
sorry, go ahead.
What series will they be racing in primarily?
That's going to be a street car.
Oh, wow.
So whether anyone wants to take that racing, I think they probably should and could. It's because of the lightweight, it doesn't use its tires up like most street cars. So you can take it somewhere like here and you could run it. We took it around the track, basically filled it with gas, and I ran it till it ran out. And that's pretty rare these days.
Well, I heard when the Stig started, people thought this is just some celebrity they're bringing in, and all of a sudden, after the first time or so, say, hey, this dude's a race car driver.
That's it, yeah. The thing is, it's not just a character on TV. You have to actually drive. So there's a reality to it, and certainly with this racing, which is super exciting. I got to know Rambo very well, so I'm cheering for him. And Shane, who's the US dealer for Praga, is out there. He didn't get many laps in the car, so he's finding his feet. He's a very patient, strategic, and tactical guy. So we talked about this, and he's slowly making his way from the back through the front, which is a racing driver's job. So he's going to showcase what this thing can do.
Well, I'm going to put this question to both Tyler and you. On a downforce car, you have to get into the downforce to make it perform, correct?
That's it. It's really well suited to this track. This track is super challenging. It's one of the coolest and most engaging tracks I've ever been to. The Prague is ideal because you've got this incredibly fast section. You come out of 16, you rip it down the hill. I can just do it 100% flat out, but only just, when everything's in the right direction and set up perfectly. So we achieved that this morning with the setup getting
flat
fine-tuned.
out all the way around the track.
All the way through that S-bend onto this straight, up to 150 miles an hour. So it feels quick, and then very soon you're up to the braking zone. So, yeah, you do need to use the downforce, but it's on slick tires. The ambient in Georgia is ideal. The tires come in pretty quickly. You don't need tire warmers. And you can really use that wing. Especially this downhill section, the connected S corners. Every time I do that, your heart's in your mouth, and you're using all the grip to get you through.
Wow, fantastic! And that's for you to say that this is one of the most challenging tracks you've been on. That's saying something because you got a lot of experience.
It is. It must be something about Georgia because Road Atlanta has got some of these blind crests and big elevation changes. So they've designed this well, and sometimes some of the F1 tracks, they're over technical. This one is really got a lovely balance between it. It is technical, but it's a bravery. It's really tests your bravery. How committed are you when you can't see over the brow and you have to already have a plan of where you're going to brake and how much speed to carry. So it's a skill.
I'll have to tell you a Road Atlanta story. I was announcing a race there, early 70s. I mean, they had just built the track, and they had a cornfield off of one of the turns, and one of the drivers got off course and got in the cornfield, and he said years later he was still finding corn kernels in tubing in places in the car where you'd think there's no way they could get there.
There you go. A little bit in his mouth as well, for good measure. I've done the same thing in Norfolk. I remember being hit in the head by a corn cob. It's not a good feeling.
Really?
Wow. Well, it's so good to have you here. We're blessed to have you on site today, and thanks for coming up to spend time with us.
Thank you. Enjoy the great racing. Great to be here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, Tyler, I know that you've got to have, with you knowing what you know about the downforce cars and with you having our Praga representative here today, I know that there's a lot of great interest in this particular race because we've got the juxtaposition of two different cars.
Oh, I mean, you can just see the racing on track and just how fun the drivers out there are having, battling with two different types of race cars. We got some great battles on track right now as well. Looks like Raiden Nickel is obviously extending his gap just a little bit to Greg Folger, but I'm happy to see Greg Folger holding strong in P2 right now.
Well, Greg and Pete have done well. It's good to see. You know, they shared a car for a while, and now they both have cars here, and it's good to see them both behind the wheel of the car. Good to see Raiden Nickel, the youngster. Is Raiden 16 yet? What's his age
He's
now?
15.
He's still 15, but we've watched Raiden from go-karts up to Spec Miatas and now into downforce cars, and Raiden has just set out. I asked him this morning, I said, what's your plan? And he said, to win, of course. That's what Raiden always does when he's on track. And it was good. His family actually moved here because there was a proliferation of tracks they could get to within 3 or 4 or 5 hours. So they came here for that reason. And right now he's showing the way as they go around the carousel turn. Coming down off turn number 4, Nickel is your race leader. Oh, check this out. What car is that? Now, Tyler, tell me a little bit about that multicolored car.
Well, that is Elliot Alexander in a Praga, and I will let Ben explain a little bit more about the Praga, just in general specs, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so these cars, they weigh 640 kilograms, 385 horsepower, so they've got great power-to-weight ratio. He's just being passed in the hairpin. They are really strong on the brakes. It looks like he's made a little mistake there, so he just lost out, but he's made it back up again.
Good
great
grief.
racing. So they're really effective on the brake. They've got steel brakes, so they take no time to warm up. They work really well. Steel brakes really suited to the car because again, the lightweight and they work effectively. You don't need carbon brakes in the way you would with a mega downforce car like an LMP1 prototype. So everything's really well balanced. You've got carbon monocoque chassis. So they're very rigid, which means it can sustain the downforce it's got, front aero and the rear from that wing. All of it's adjustable. So you can really tailor that to this track with these high-speed turns. It's really important for that run down the straight.
Now, what's your schedule like from here? Where do you go from here?
Well, from here, the guys go to the M1 Concours up in Detroit. They're going to be showcasing the car there and talking about the Behemoth. I'm going back to Frankfurt, and I think our next hop is to Hockenheim, where we'll be looking at seeing what we can do there in the new car. So
wow.
we're looking to break some records this year, and Praga really, they've an amazing history. They're a 100-year-old company. People know them a lot from the go-kart racing, from the ground routes,
right?
Grassroots. Okay. But
we've seen them over at the kart track. We've seen Praga over there quite often.
That's it. So they've had huge success in motor racing since their early days in the 1920s. Around the Czech Republic, there's some incredible mountain ranges similar to Georgia. That's where they develop their stuff.
Looks like John Hope Bryant has spun in the KTM in turn 1. See if he can get that going or not.
So far, not successful in getting that car to move. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. There we go. Now he was hung on that berm, it looked like, for just a moment, but he's got it back under control right now.
Turn 1 is a tricky corner here because the track really falls away from you, and it's a tough braking point because you lose front drive.
It was about a 130-degree turn. What is that turn down there? Do you know?
The exact degrees, I could not tell you that, but it is
greater than 90 anyway.
That is correct, yes. It's a tough corner just with the topography that the track has.
We see a lot of cars go off in the sand pit there as well as we do off turn 17, and that was surprising to me. Pete and I have talked about that before. The cars unload and they wind up getting the rear end out from under them on 17 if you don't watch it.
Oh, if you're talking about this last corner, that's turn 16 right
16,
there.
sorry. I'm used to the kart track with a 17 turn, yeah.
Tyler, what's the difference between the SR1 and the SR3?
Yeah, so the SR1 weighs about 1,000 pounds. It has 180 horsepower. And the SR3 it weighs around 1,300 pounds and has right around 200 horsepower. You do have two different motor options in the SR3. You can either do the 1340cc motor or the 1500cc motor. If you do the 1500cc motor upgrade, then you're going to be just under 230 horsepower. So it's really fascinating to see kind of how, we have a couple battles here with, I know Kevin Clifford, Barry Davison, Kevin's in an SR1, and Barry's in an SR3 1500, and then Elliot Alexander behind is in the Praga. So it's really fascinating to kind of see the differences and everything, and kind of how everybody's just managing their tires and brakes on this hot day.
Now, I watch these various cars, and I see obviously the Pragas. We can tell what they are. This 83 that's coming down the hill right now, I have no idea what that is. Explain that car to me.
That's essentially a Spec Racer Ford, and it's the only one out here. It's a very popular race car, an SECA. But, yeah, it's a fun little race car. It's definitely not the pace of anything like a Radical or a Praga, but glad he's out here.
Or the downforce, for that matter.
Correct. It does not have nearly as much downforce.
I was watching Indianapolis 500 orientation not that long ago, I think 2 weeks ago, and they had even experienced drivers had to do 205, then 215, and work their way up to speed. And they said the worst thing that they could ever do, the scariest time they were out there, was trying to do 205 in an Indy car.
Walking around.
Yeah, because the downforce wasn't working yet.
Wow.
It's an interesting thing when you start to really get into something with downforce, and essentially the faster you go, the more grip you have, really can mess with you in certain scenarios, and understanding that limit, right? Because you don't know when that's going to break and let loose, because it's all dependent on really the tires.
Are these cars that sensitive?
You know what? Racing on an oval with downforce is a whole different deal. You're right. When you're not pushing and not generating the air across the wings, it does feel strange. The cars walk around, but oval racing is something else. It's a leap of faith. Once you take that plunge and you get the real handling, then you're in another world of grip. But those early days when you go out like a newborn foal is something else. You stare down the long barrel of the straight. You see what looks like an impossible wall, and that's where the track goes. It's intimidating, but you do work your way into it. The closest thing to that, this corner here, this one onto the straight, it goes on forever, and it's practically it's like a turn from an oval that goes in both directions. It's a very long radius on the left, and you go through a sweeping S, and the car is on the limit the entire way through that. So that absolutely is like it would be an Indy car on an oval. You're building downforce. It's a confidence thing. And the difference between lifting and flat out is significant. They will move around a lot more when you're off the gas.
When I'm an oval track guy. I kind of grew up in the NASCAR world in the oval tracks, and you hear drivers talking about they're tied in and they're loose off of a particular corner. Here you're going left and right. So what feedback does a driver give to a crew to set up for the next time they go out? What do they tell them about a corner? I'm doing good with left-hand turns and bad with right-hand turns, or how technical do they get with that?
So on a road course, it's got to be good on both. You've got the lefts and the rights, and in that fast corner, actually the main challenge is the long left. As the car crests over the rise, the rear goes light. So mostly the front is sliding. You hit that crest, the whole balance changes, and it shifts across the rear. So we were fine-tuning with the wings. When the front was pushing, we took some wing out, loosened up the rear, and we dropped the car down a little bit lower and found the grip.
Is that when you feel your stomach come up into your thorax whenever you come out of that turn?
Pretty much every turn at this track, your stomach's in your mouth. Yeah, and that fast corner is one of the most challenging corners in the world. And I've been through Eau Rouge in some crazy cars, LMP1.
Wow.
And
it looks so innocuous. It just looks like just an everyday corner.
Yeah, and the really hard thing is there's very few visual references about where you're supposed to be on the track and when. You just put it through a few times. You feel the rear shimmy, and you kind of get a bit of timing about when to release the wheel.
We got a great battle for second going on. Looks like Chris Hune was able to get it by Greg Folger.
Well, last year, Chris Hune was behind the driver that hit the deer. Remember that over in turn 14? And Hune actually got a great shot of the GoPro with that. He thought it was the hood of the previous driver's car, and it turned out it was the deer.
Yeah, I try and forget that. Nobody wants to, bring that up and remember that.
Every time I say that, I see the smirk on your face coming up like that. That's not some of the things we talk about.
It's obviously, it's common at racetracks. It's not just here. And, wildlife is a scary thing when you're on any track. You'll go to certain certain tracks out west in certain areas, y'all have an issue with turtles. You would never think about
Wow.
it. It's very odd. Some places up north, y'all have foxes, groundhogs. You know, it is a thing, but yeah, something you want to be aware of, and that's why we teach flags and
the
pay
reason
attention to
that
'em.
NASCAR has as tall of fences as they do now because we had trouble with pedestrians on the
yeah.
racetrack at a time or two.
Yep. Thankfully, it's not been something it's not a common thing. Thankfully, because it's a scary thing, and the drivers obviously do a good job with paying attention and making sure.
Well,
looks like
another-
we got a slow Praga over here coming out of turn 1. I'm not really sure. It looks like he's rolling just fine, but
We got about 5 minutes left in this race right now. Raiden Nickel is still your leader. We had that battle going on between Chris Hune and Greg Folger. That was a big battle for second and third. Barry Davidson, who got a win, I believe, last time we were here. Barry is running in fourth spot. And then it's Kevin Clifford in the number 98. Now, Clifford is in an SR1. You see some SR1s and SR3s scattered through this field. You've given us the differences in the SR1 and the SR3. The one, obviously, was the first edition, and then the 3 was later. We also know there's a new SR10. Have we seen any of those on track?
Oh, there are several members here that own SR10s. It's a fantastic car. It's got 425 horsepower. It's a lot more than something like the SR3 or even the SR1. But there are several members out here that race them. But it's not too often we see a whole bunch of them. It's more the SR1 and the SR3. And to be honest, that's really what suits this track really well. Because it is such a technical track, right? And you can really learn the SR1 and SR3 and really push those cars and really open them up.
Well, Tyler, you have kind of tweaked my memory. We got a great battle going
got a
on
real
down
nice
here in the
battle.
hairpin. Wow, look at that as they head through there. You tweaked my memory of you in racing. I've announced a lot of races that you've been in over the years. You've done Legends cars. You've done late model racing. I've been at a lot of tracks where you were racing at in the past. So tell us a little bit about your history in racing.
I started racing when I was about 6 years old in quarter midgets, and I also did karting. So I kind of did both, which was really fascinating since I got the oval side of experience growing up at a very young age as well as the road racing side with karting. I then moved and did Legends racing where I would race at places like Lanier, about 40 minutes from here, as well as Gresham Motorsports Park. Mm-hmm. They used to be called Peach State.
That's right.
Now
I was announcer at Peach State for years.
Gresham. I did the Thursday Thunder at Atlanta Motor Speedway, Summer Shootout at Charlotte Motor Speedway, did some road racing with the Legends as well, where they had road racing, and then moved up into late models and other race cars, USAC realm and everything else.
Well, I tell you what, we've watched you over the years, and it's great that you've got Primal Racing School going on here, and we're excited for what's happening at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Every week we're here, it seems like there's more things added to the program, and it just gets bigger.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure managing Primal Racing for the last year. It's been fantastic to just kind of watch the community grow, working really hard on that, and just bringing more people out to the track and just enjoying these race cars no matter what they are, whether it's a Praga or whether it's a Radical. As long as people are out at the racetrack having fun, that's most important. And watching people progress through the racing school, get faster, it's just, I love seeing it.
You were talking about Lanier. One of my favorite weekends at Lanier several years back was we had the Pass Series, which was a late model series from up north, along with the Gas Series, which was the Georgia Asphalt Series. I was the announcer for the Georgia Asphalt Series. So we promoted it as the big Pass Gas Weekend. You can't beat that. That's one of the best promotions there was, Pass Gas Weekend. Raiden Nickel continues to lead our group right now. We're a couple of minutes away from the end of this. White flag will be coming out in just a moment over the field, and Raiden will lead us as we go in. And we've had some good battles on the racetrack. We saw a good side-by-side going on as Shane Anderson and Barry Davidson and Greg Folger and some of those guys were mixing it up a few laps ago. Kevin Clifford has slipped back a spot, so that puts Shane Anderson now up into fifth position. So, Tyler, tell us a little bit more about these guys as we come to the end of this. We mentioned some of those, and I stopped you about halfway through.
Well, Raiden's obviously the young gun of the field. He's really been just kind of controlling the pace. It looks like he's just been out front, just setting the pace, controlling his brakes, taking care of his tires. Chris Hune, AMP member here, he's done a lot of the races here. Happy to see him work his way up into P2. And then we have, obviously, Barry Davison. It looks like he just made it by Greg Folger. So Greg Folger looks like he might be losing a little bit of grip in his tires. I'm not sure. It's very hot out here, so he was up in second. It looks like he's fallen back just a little bit, but he's still maintaining. And then
check out Shane Anderson. Look at that fast
He's come
time.
from the back. He's come from the back, and he has really started working his way up in the field. This is actually Shane's very first race.
Really?
So
wow.
it's very, starting in the back, and he didn't put down a qualifying time. To see him kind of moving through the field has been really, really good. Well,
that's pretty impressive to be his first race and to wind up with the fastest time that lap. He's really learning this thing in a hurry.
Really learning racecraft, how to manage traffic, manage his tires, manage his pace. He's learning all that right now. It's kind of a baptism by fire in your first race. So I'm happy to see him, up in the top 5.
He's dueling for lap times with the leader, which is pretty cool. So Raiden's, he's doing a great job at the front, controlling the pace, 21.9. And Shane, first race, he's just matched that time slightly faster. So I think one of the things with the R1, they're very durable. So it's the kind of car that won't lose pace as the race goes on. They should, the tires are really good. They're very durable. So maybe in the last stages, some of the radicals might start to drop off a little bit of pace. But I think Raiden's looking pretty safe.
So now tell us about tires. If tires are durable, do they get more than one race on tires, or how does tire management work?
Definitely, 20 minutes, we can run that tire easily for an hour or longer. I think, in the nights, this tire that we're on, you could get 2 stints out of it, maybe more if the track conditions are cooler. On a day like today, when it's really hot, probably after an hour, you probably treat yourself to something new. But 20 minutes, you could certainly run, 2 or 3 rounds on that.
Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. We should be coming down to about the end of this one right now, as we are 20 laps into this race. So this will be our last lap, I believe. Let me check out. Flagman has the white flag out. Yes, as the field makes its way by. This will be the last time out for them. Checkered flag will be coming out just a moment. Raiden Nickel leads our group of drivers. Here comes Raiden by, and there's the checkered flag in the air for Raiden Nickel. Second fastest, it'll be Chris Hune, who will come across the line in second. Barry Davison, I think, holds on to third spot. Greg Folger in fourth, and Shane Anderson in that Praga that we're talking about will round out our top 5. Those drivers spread out through the track right now. They'll be coming across in just a minute. Now, what do we look for as far as changes before they come back out onto the track next time?
Well, with the radicals, there's not too much that, they need to take care of. It's just, add some fuel, check tire pressures, make sure everything feels fine, and go back again.
How much are they allowed to do? Could they change tires if they wanted to? What's
they
allowed
could if
to
they
them?
needed to, yes. Of course, if there was something serious and they had really worn tires and wanted to switch, we can do something like that if guys have an extra set mounted. But for the most part, let the cars cool down and get back going here shortly.
When the tires go through a heat cycle like they've gone through here with 20 minutes, how does that affect the tires when they go back out next time? Is there an obvious difference in that for a moment until they heat up, or how does it change?
No. So the Hancooks are pretty much the primary tire that the radicals use, and we've seen out here for general wear and tear that we can get close to 15 heat cycles out of these tires, which is pretty impressive.
Wow.
It really, on a hot summer day, that's going to go down a little bit, and it's all dependent on pace. Raiden, for example, might wear his tires out a little quicker than some of the other drivers because he's really pushing that car. So it's all dependent on a lot of factors, but we've been able to see a lot of tire life out of these.
Well, that's fantastic to know that they can get that much wear out of those tires. So conceivably, a driver can go a whole season on a set.
It depends on how competitive you want to be.
Yeah.
You could make it.
If you're Raiden, you're not going to do that.
Exactly, right. And, the feel of sticker tires is every driver knows that feeling, and it's night and day difference.
Yeah, so if you got them, use them, right?
That's right.
Well, Tyler Edwards has been up here with us. Ben, it's so good to talk to you, man. What great insight we've had with you, and what an honor to meet you here today.
It's my pleasure. We'll be back. We've had a fantastic time this week. The community spirit, the people we've met in the pits, and everybody just, it's a great atmosphere. That's the best part about racing, is when everyone's in it. It's competitive, but they're all friends. These guys all hang out after the races, and it's going to be really interesting to see a lot of these guys in the Pragas today. They only ran a couple of laps this morning. I think the next races we'll see them start to come to the front and maybe keep Raiden a little bit more busy.
Well, I assume you have embraced all about Dawsonville and its history of racing and how racing got started basically in Dawsonville as far as running up and down the roads with the moonshine to Atlanta.
I love that story, and I just think it's an incredible part of the world. And you got Chase Elliott from around here, who's won the NASCAR series. So it's obviously in the blood, and it's definitely built into the DNA of this track. So we've loved it.
Well, we're certainly glad to have you. Thank you for making the trip across the pond to us. And we look forward to finding out what's going on with you as you continue your world around and trek into different racetracks.
Thank you. We'll keep you very posted on the YouTube.
Awesome.
Thanks so much. Radical cars are making their way in. We'll go down to Chris in just a moment. He'll be with Raiden Nickel to find out a little bit about what Raiden thought on this race. And we're excited to hear from Raiden. Always good to hear from that youngster and what he's got planned to do next when he comes out on the track. Chris Conowall will be down there in just a moment as we find out what Raiden Nickel has to say. We've got, I believe we got Historics coming out. I believe they'll be lining up. Do we have Historics today? Yes, we do. Let's go down to Chris right now. He is with our winner, Raiden Nickel.
Hey, thanks, everybody. I am here with our race winner, Raiden Nickel. Raiden. Uh-oh. There we go. We're here with Raiden. You want to step this way? You're 15 years old, is that right? But quite an experienced racer, and what a great race today.
Yeah, it was awesome coming out here, seeing everybody, see the field grow, and all the different cars on track. So it was really cool to see that.
Awesome. Well, tell us about your run today.
Well, the goal was to get a good start, get ahead, and ultimately just have a fun race. Nothing too serious. But yeah, it was super fun.
Well, that was some serious speed out there. You were looking great. Tell us about your sponsors.
None really. I'd like to thank my dad and Primal Racing for giving me the opportunity to come out here and bring everybody together and really give AMP the race it wants.
Well, it was really exciting, and we're really happy to see all of your success out here. I understand you've been racing starting at karts. How long have you been racing altogether?
Altogether, about 10 years. Started go-karting when I was about 5. Stopped about a year and a half ago. Really made the move to cars about 13 and Spec Miata, and just been climbing the ladder ever since.
Well, it's an exciting career, and we are going to be excited to track you as you continue to elevate your racing success, and your dad as well. I'm going to be heading down to a Praga racer in just a second, but congratulations on your win. Back up to you guys for a moment.
Yeah, we've been watching Raiden for the last, 4 or 5 years or so during his driving career as he's moved his way from karts into Spec Miatas and then now up to downforce cars. It's been very interesting to watch him, and is certainly going to be able to watch him in the future and see what happens. What a bright future he has ahead of him. Raiden Nickel, the winner of this downforce race in the number 93. We'll be down visiting with one of our Praga drivers in just a minute. Up until then, we'll tell you about the Historics. They're on the track right now. They're working their first lap around. We'll see them coming down to the green flag in just a little while as Historic drivers bring those cars out onto the racetrack. We'll find out a little more about which particular cars we've got. This is kind of Pete's wheelhouse. He'll be bringing us up to date on all of those cars because he certainly knows and has sold most every car that we've got out here in this historic event. So we'll find out a little more about that. Praga drivers have been here today en masse. It's been good to see them out here in downforce racing along with our Radical cars. And so we're going to get a word with some of those Praga drivers in just a moment as Chris makes his way by. We'll head down to him in just a second. We'll get the green flag out right now as our Historics are ready to get this race underway this afternoon. Historics coming down the front straightaway. They're side by side right now, and these Historic drivers will be taking them down into turn number 1. Again, we've got a varied group of drivers in this Historic battle today. We see a Miata out there. We also see an old BMW out there. We see that
Toyota
that
World
funky,
Racer or whatever that.
Yeah, that funky looking Toyota, whatever that is. World Sport Racer. We tried to talk about that last week and didn't do it. Hey, Chris is down there right now. Let's go down and find out a little bit about our Praga racers that were here today.
Indeed. I'm here with Praga racer Shane Anderson. Shane, this was your first race. Is that correct in this Praga vehicle here?
First race ever.
First race ever. Yeah. And you put up some...
First in a Praga, first in anything. So, yeah, it was a very exciting race.
No kidding. And you were putting up some amazing times out there. So what a great experience for you. Tell us about the run.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun because I started in the back. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a qualifying time due to the transponder malfunction. But starting in the back of the pack, you get a lot of practice passing people. And I did a lot of passing into 1. I tried into 2. I need to talk to Kevin about that because I had to back off pretty quickly. And then 6, and then a few more turns. But it was intense. It was a lot of fun. The Praga is just such an awesome car. It just flies around the track. And so when you get some clear air, man, it just moves.
Are you looking forward to running your other Praga? Is this your other Praga over here? This is what you ran in today. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is my Gen 4 Praga, and this is the Gen 5 Praga. More downforce, probably even quicker, but whichever one I drive, I'm going to have a lot of fun because they're great cars.
Awesome. Will we see you again today?
Yes, I'll be here. I'll be here for the second race.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your run. I'm going to send it back up to the tower. Thanks again.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Shane. Yeah, it was great to see you out there getting that fast lap. Man, what a great job you did in your first time behind the wheel here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Shane, we're impressed. Can't wait to see you out there again a little later on today. Well, we've got our Miata that's out front. The World Sport Racer has gotten passed by the old BMW, Pete. So tell us a little bit about those cars that are on the track.
Well, the Miata, what we have is an F production car. Those things are much more modified than the Spec Miatas. There's you're working within the rules of the class, and you can modify these cars. They're really a purpose-built race car.
So instead of a Spec Miata, we've got a mod Miata, right?
Yeah, a more of a purpose-built race car. Let's put it that way.
Well, our World Sport Racer has gotten backed by the BMW. So let's talk about that little Toyota that's there in that sandwich.
That's a car that I needed to research, and I didn't. But I think that was a Spec series that was developed years ago using the Toyota MR2 engines, if I'm not mistaken. Which were already rear-wheel, a mid-engine car, and it was easy to adapt to this type of racing.
Now, when you got a mid-engine car, explain a little bit about that. Where's the gearbox and transmission and all that located in a mid-engine car?
Depends on if it's a transverse engine or not. Think of a front-wheel drive car in a traditional sense, where the motor's transverse and it's on top of the transmission. Most mid-engine cars today were evolved from a front-engine car, a front-wheel drive car, and just put it in the rear.
I see.
When you're looking at, say, a Porsche 914, which was a mid-engine car, that was really an engine with a transmission behind it. And Ford GTs or all the other.
What about the old Pantera? How did that work?
Exactly. That had a 351 as a true mid-engine car with the transmission behind the car.
Now, but the transmission was still ahead of the third member, the rear end, right? Or did it sit behind it and have to transverse?
It was one and the same. It basically transaxle.
I got you. So it was a transaxle situation.
Yep.
Good to know. I always wondered how that occurred. We've got our Miata now well ahead of the rest of the group. The Miata is up around the carousel turn right now. There you see the second and third place cars just now going through turn number 1. They got a pretty good battle going on. That Toyota trying to hang on to the BMW. They got a little bit of separation as you see them go by the new condos that are off there off of turn number 2. And Atlanta Motorsports Park, as we were talking with Tyler, just continues to upgrade and expand. It's great to see this facility continue to grow.
Oh, yeah. What a treasure for North Georgia. It really, really is. And the accessibility of it now with the invite of the autocross series that's been out here and the track attack, it's really bringing people more into the sport. A lot of these guys who are at autocross or like we saw those trucks last month on track attack, these guys were drag racers. Well, there's Atlanta Dragway closed down, and more tracks are closing down, and they're looking for an outlet for these cars. What are we going to do with them?
BMW has made that pass again on the World Sport Racer, so we see that action going on as they work their way down toward turn 10.
Yeah, those little BMWs, I've run those in vintage events. They can be quite fast.
Now, what model is that BMW?
It looks like a 2002 to me from here. And they were quite successful race cars and rally cars back in their day. And even small 4 cylinders up to 2,200 cc's and could make quite a bit of horsepower. They're very light.
Okay, now educate me on what you mean by rally car.
Rally car. Rally is now we have stage rallies, but back in the day, the original rally cars, let's say the Monte Carlo Rally, or what we would look at the Tour de France for bicycles today, was actually a rally back in. And
what does that mean? Does that mean street racing?
You're racing on open roads, or special stages, which might be through a forest or other things like man-made.
So
or-
Pikes Hill
Pikes Peak.
is Pikes Peak Road
a hill
is
climb.
sort of a rally kind of
Exactly.
thing. Okay.
And rallying used to be very big in the United States. It's super huge in Europe, and it's insane. You're racing the clock, and you're also racing the other cars. And most rally guys have a navigator with them. So
In car with them.
in car with them, which got to be an experience. And they're driving at not 10 tenths, at 12
That's got to be
tenths.
frustrating to not be the man behind the wheel and yet trying to negotiate where you're going to go as a navigator.
Oh, they give them pace notes that they might have made like on a.
It's like having a caddy tells you where to go before you get there.
Yeah, but try it at 125, 130
Yeah.
miles an hour. The thing, rally cars have to be incredibly robust to handle the terrain that they go through, but they also accelerate super quick. Because they're coming out of real tight hairpins or mountainous roads, wherever you're going through.
Speaking of that, it just reminded me, we lost one of our big rally drivers, if you want to call it that, those outdoor, those west things that they went through the desert. Dick Murphy, who was one of the greatest in that in his old 54 Ford for so many years, just passed away this past week. So out of DeLand, Florida, had a lot of dealings with Dickie Murphy over the years.
We're losing a lot of greats. That's on my podcast. We're doing is getting these old races to get their stories down. Not light fluff stuff, just the real deal stories that you really don't get. There's so much to share.
About 8 years ago, I did a course for Brenau University called The History of Auto Racing in Georgia. And we brought in all the old timers, and I wish we'd recorded it because now they're gone. And Brenau wanted me to come back and do it again, and I said we can't. They're not here anymore. We don't have those grassroots racers of the old days to bring in and talk to anymore. And that's a sad thing that we didn't record it.
My cousin was one of the head librarians at the Library of Congress, and he did back when I think NPR did a big series on it, where he went around talking to World War II veterans and documented that, and which would be now today like the forerunner of podcasting.
Yeah.
And there's so much Georgia history, so many races in this area. I used to have a 30-page monthly, the North Georgia Compass, many years ago, and I had a story that I did about races around Lake Lanier, and we were at one of the Chamber of Commerce meetings launching that newspaper. And a gentleman comes up to me and starts grilling me and talking about racing and how did I know about this? I'm a Yankee, blah, blah, blah. We went back and forth. And next thing you know, he's like, I'm that guy on the cover. And it was Phil Bonner.
How about that?
Daddy Warbucks, and one of the big Ford races of the time. And at the table in the restaurant we were in were a bunch of guys that they just inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame. And half of them were in my article.
Man, that is fantastic to have that kind of thing happen whenever you've just written that article. That's pretty cool.
It was like serendipitous. But
Yeah.
I wish, like you said, I recorded that. Or at
Yeah,
least wrote.
I know.
That interview was just so great.
Robert Riles is our race leader. He is in that BMW trying to check that. He's in the Miata.
Yep.
Trying to chase him down is Don Scott in the BMW. Greg Kimbrough, he's the driver in that World Sport Racer. And Charles Morris is in whatever the other
912
vehicle.
Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche, the 912 that's on the track right now.
The 912 was a continuation of the 356, basically. The original Porsche. So it still had a 4-cylinder motor, even though the body is similar to the 911.
Now those started out. Didn't some of the Volkswagens have Porsche engines in them? The pancake type engine, wasn't that like the Formula 4s or whatever in Volkswagens?
Well, Ferdinand Porsche invented the Volkswagen.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
So the Porsche was a evolution of it. Became a true sports car. But the engines are not interchangeable. They're interchangeable, but not internally or in pieces.
I see.
You could put a hot VW motor in a Porsche or a hot Porsche motor in a VW, but that's where the similarity ends.
We are halfway through this race right now, 10 minutes in, 10 to go, roughly speaking. We're talking about wishing you'd had things. I had a radio show many years ago, and I had sitting at a round table at a restaurant, I had Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, I had Kenny Bernstein, I had John Force. It was the week where you had the Spring Nationals at Atlanta Dragway, you had the Busch race at Lanier, and you had the Can-Am at Road Atlanta. Had Tommy Kendall there. All these guys just sitting at a round table talking. They were nobodies. Nobody knew them back in the day. And here we had this group of excellent stars, superstars, before they were actually superstars, just sitting at a table in the middle of a restaurant doing a 2-hour radio show.
Well, one of my club races at Road Atlanta always fell on the Fram South Nationals at the time at Atlanta Dragway. So we would have our practice sessions or whatever, jump in a car, run up to Commerce, check out what's what. Well, it was a rainy day. And we're in John Force's pit, just a gregarious guy. And he goes, "What are you guys doing? You know, you look like you're racers. So what are you racing here?" It's like, "No, we're racing at Road Atlanta." He goes, "But it's raining out." And I'm like, "We're racing at Road Atlanta." So they came down to Road Atlanta to watch the road race.
Yeah, how about
They
that?
couldn't believe it. I got John Force in my pits. Who knew?
Man. I used to announce at Lanier, and I'd be in the tower at Lanier, and we'd be in a rain delay. And over at Road Atlanta, you'd see the AMA would be there, motorcycles, and they're shooting a rooster tail of water up 60 feet from the back of motorcycles in the rain, running as fast as they can go, and we're in a rain delay across the street. It was amazing.
It's so much fun racing in the rain. It's either you love it or you hate it, And when early in my career, even when I went to get my competition license, it rained.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, it's rained. And it seemed like the first 5 or 6 years, every race I went to rained. So you get uptight. You're a new racer. You have your own money and your own equipment. I wasn't a sponsored driver then, and it's like, do I really want to wreck this? I came to embrace it. Like, you know what? If it's gonna rain, I'm here. I spent all this money to be here. Let's enjoy it and let's get into it. And it really is the great equalizer.
Well, how do you know? I mean, you're on the edge of out of control anytime you're in a race car. But when you add that other factor of rain in there, that just seems like it magnifies everything. How you're out of control no matter what, even under street conditions, you're almost out of control. So how do you know how far to push it?
It's back to that competition school when I first got my license. It was in the rain, and part of the beauty of it, people left. They spent thousands of dollars to go to it. Was a Skip Barber school up at Lime Rock, and they were like, "I'm not driving in the rain." We were driving Formula Fords and BMW M3s at the time, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm here. I spent my money. I might as well learn how to do it." And luckily, I had Dorsey Schroeder and Bruce McKins were my instructor, and they taught us how to drive in the rain. And basically, when you're on a racetrack like here, you're driving the line. And there's two people on the line, the first guy and the last guy. Everybody else is jockeying for position. But offline is very slippery under normal conditions because the tire rubber, marbles, dirt, things being knocked onto the track. In the rain, you're doing just the opposite. You're looking for traction, almost like you were driving on ice or snow. So you don't drive on line. The line is very slick.
Because of oil or because of
rubber. And now it's wet.
Yeah.
And it's treacherous, like a motorcycle on the highway. And you search offline. And basically, like in any...
So you change your driving style completely.
Oh, completely. And it really made me get a lot of rides back in the day because, wow, this guy's nuts in the rain. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm really... There we go. Sorry about that, folks.
You mentioned something about the rubber on tracks and so forth, and it brought up a memory of mine. I used to do ARCA races on Saturday and NASCAR races on Sunday, and the NASCAR drivers would always tell me the difference in the rubber, that you could feel it under your seat. That they had Hoosier rubber down, and that was different from the Goodyear rubber. Tell us a little bit about what the differences are in compounds of tires and how that makes a difference in the next day's racing.
It's incredible, the difference. And then you throw a little rain into the mix, it's something else. A lot of the road racing courses that actually use a drag strip for part of the straightaway, and whatever the drag racing rubber is compared to what your road racing rubber is, you'd hit that drag strip and it'd be like you're on ice.
Wow.
Add any moisture into the mix and it was treacherous. Memphis Motorsports Park, where I actually won my first race, used a drag strip. And when I say treacherous, we actually had a gentleman's agreement that no one would pass until you got past a quarter mile. And one guy said, saw the opportunity and decided to go up on the inside, and it was mayhem. It was like being in a pinball. Just bouncing the cars off cars. I think he wrecked 8 or 9 cars.
Wow.
Right on that straight, within a quarter mile.
Similarly to that, when they changed the configuration of Atlanta Motor Speedway and put that quad oval in the front, they painted this 4-wide checkered flag at start-finish line. And the first cars that went out lost the rear end right there and spun out, and they had to go in and put some kind of sand mixture on top of that so that wouldn't be such a slick spot, because the paint was so much slicker than the asphalt was. The cars were losing the rear end when they would come through there.
Even on a track like this, with those alligators out there or the corner limit marks, a little bit of moisture on that, you need to avoid that at all costs.
Really?
Especially in a high-powered car. Any car with a semi-slick tire on it.
Wow. Well, we're 17 minutes in, so we'll be getting the white flag pretty soon here for our historics. They make their way down right now. Our leader is Robert Riles, and Robert goes down that long straightaway off the hairpin turn, which is turn number 6, and heading down toward turn 8 right now. He'll be heading to 10 here in just a minute. Meanwhile, we'll get set for a white flag to come out here very soon, as we're just 2.5 minutes or so away from the end of this historic run. We'll be getting Miatas back out on the track in just a little while, as well as our Radical cars. We look forward to getting them back on track as well. Meanwhile, Riles continues to lead it. There you see still a good battle going on. Greg Kimbrough, we got a pass going on right now.
Yeah.
The BMW once again overtaking Greg Kimbrough in that World Sport Racer. So Don Scott has moved up to second spot, and here come those two by with looks like Kimbrough slowing down just a little bit. He's starting to have a little bit of distance behind that 33 of Don Scott. And there it looks like we're going to have a lap on these first two.
He's getting it on.
Yep, I believe he is going to lap the field right now, because he's got a couple of laps yet to go, and there he goes as Robert Riles gets by the World Sport Racer. He's got one more car to pass, and he will have lapped the entire field here this afternoon, and I bet he does it as they get ready for this next lap to unfold.
You never want to get lapped, but when it's getting down to the last couple of laps, maybe you do.
Yeah, maybe so.
He'll get the white flag and end this.
Let's see if he'll do it right here. He's coming down hard. I don't know if he's going to push it going into this corner or not, but he certainly has the opportunity to try to turn down to the inside. Not going to try to do it there. Look at that. All three cars, they're tight together. So he makes it by, so he's lapped the entire field right now. So Robert Riles doing his job this afternoon. He has definitely put that Miata up front, and no chance of losing. Well, he's still not the white flag. He still has an opportunity. You don't want to say that.
You can never say that, John. You can never say that. That's the curse.
That's like in the tower many times I've said, we haven't had a caution all day, and that's usually the death knell when you say that. It'll be 50 cautions before the race is over when you say that. So those are things you don't say. Anyway, we got some shots from our drones right there as they look over those cars going down into turn number 14. There you see Riles out in front. Of course, he's out in front, but he has lapped that BMW of Don Scott running in second. Greg Kimbrough in the World Sport Racer is in third, and that Charles Morris is in the Porsche as he continues to race as well. White flag is out. We're under our final race right now as the Miata heads down. So what's the difference in Spec Miatas? Kimbrough had gotten by once again. Now here goes Don Scott by Kimbrough. They have swapped the lead, swapped that second and third place a number of times throughout this race.
I think Kimbrough might have the legs on him, but it seems that he's just holding his own. A little BMW.
Sometimes they swap back and forth. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with them. I thought Kimbrough had lost the handle there for a while, but then he got back by Scott. So right now we're under the last lap of this one as the drivers work around. We talked a moment ago about the difference in this particular Miata and a Spec Miata. Obviously, more modifications on this one. It's a later model, so engine size different, or is it just what they can do to the handling of the car?
Oh, it's definitely engine is, I wouldn't say unlimited, but to the rules, it's quite a bit different. It's a real race car. Where a Spec Miata, technically, it was originally built to be a street car that you could drive on the track. Was basically the idea. The suspension and brakes are stock pots. They're upgraded with pads and things like that. And the shocks were spec'd out a little bit more high performance in it. But it's really a street car. F-Prod.
Time Attack drivers, we need you to line them up, please. Time Attack, you'll be up next. It's Time Attack time. So, drivers, let's get those cars ready to go. Time Attack coming up at the end of this one, and the checkered flags are coming out right now. Robert Riles with the win in the Miata. He will get the win, and we'll see our second and third place coming by in just a moment. And those have swapped back and forth. Now it's Don Scott who's up there in second in the BMW, so he will take second spot. Greg Kimbrough in the World Sport Racer. Boy, he kept it tight there at the end,
close.
didn't he?
He's going to get his spot back.
So you're a good guy to know.
And that means that our fourth place car, Charles Morris, left on the track. He'll be coming by
My
in just
new
a moment in
defense
that Porsche, and he'll be getting things lined up there. So we'll get a word with our winner, Robert Riles, coming up here in just a few moments. Chris is going to have him down there as we talk with him. Again, Time Attack cars. We need to get you lined up, please. Time Attack. Ready to get those cars lined up to go right now. I see that Collins Rigdon already has the safety car down there in position, so as soon as Time Attack cars are able to follow in behind her, we'll be getting that next race underway.
We go down to Chris?
Hey, let's go down to Chris. He's got Ben once again. Let's find out from the words from Chris and Ben as we head down trackside.
Okay, I am down here with someone who needs no introduction, but nevertheless, Ben Collins, the Stig with Praga. Tell us a little bit about Praga, and tell us a little bit about your experience 8 years as the Stig.
Well, I mean, it all brought me here to Atlanta Motorsports Park, and it's my first time. Love this track. Super challenging. We took the record for our class of car this morning in the Praga R1, and we're here to really support Shane, who's opened up the US dealership for selling the Praga race cars, and this is the perfect place to do it because you can start here, begin your racing journey at this track. It's a fantastic place to learn. If you can race here, you can race anywhere. And so yeah, we're here launching that, and I'll be doing a lot more with Praga this year as well with the launch of the Bohema, which is their new hypercar. So I guess what I do hasn't changed that much since my Stig days. I still get to drive amazing cars and talk about it.
Well, tell us a little bit about this one right here behind me.
So this is Shane's car, the 00. I've worked on a few Bond movies, so I think he's trying to maybe push in on my action. But it's yeah, looks beautiful in the black carbon. And this is the Gen 5 car, so I think it's the latest, all the new aerodynamics. It's the car that I've raced for 2 years in Europe, in short sprint races, normally an hour long, but also in a 24-hour race in Belgium at Zolder. But the guys in California went 1 hour further. They did 25 hours of Thunder Hill. So the R1 is really becoming popular in the US, and you can sort of see why. There's an amazing sports car racing background that goes back to Ford versus Ferrari, from the 60s when things really took off. IMSA racing. These cars have got that kind of Le Mans IMSA racing style about them. They're built for endurance. You can take them around. You can drag them around by the scruff of their neck, drive it hard, and for as long as you like. You just keep putting fuel in, and they're really, really engaging to drive.
Awesome. Well, we are very fortunate to have you here, Ben Collins, everybody. And we'll see you back here, hopefully very soon.
Soon as possible, on that dragon's tail.
All right. Cheers.
Thank you.
Take care. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Ben. What a beautiful race car that is. I tell you, I'm excited to see those here this weekend, and hopefully we'll start seeing those more. And I hope to get Ben back out here again. What a great treat it's been to have him here today and talking about this, and certainly with his interworkings with the Praga folks and what he's been able to do. So we're excited to meet him and have him on site today. Time Attack cars are heading out onto the racetrack. We'll be getting Time Attack underway in just a moment. Here comes our Porsche back into the pit area. So that's our last driver to come in off the track to get it ready to roll. You see the action going on at the kart track today. If you would like to be part of that, you can come anytime except Mondays. Track is closed on Monday, but any other time you want to come and get in a rental kart, oh my goodness, a hard head-on hit right there, as we saw in turn number 8 over on the kart track right now. That happened live, not a pre-recorded thing. That was a live head-on hit. My goodness, we don't see that often right there as one got spun around. But the carts, they are safe. They're fun. Those drivers will not have any ill effects from that whatsoever because of the safety of these carts that are built into them. Rental carts are available. And, of course, you can bring your company out here if you would like and have a company-wide event. Treat them to an afternoon of karting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Again, any day but Monday. And if you'd like to reserve that for your entire company to come and do, you can do that as well, or just drop in any occasion you'd like to. Now, you don't run the full course. You see there some of the drivers are heading up the hill. There is a portion of the racetrack that they do not run for the rental carts. You see them make that turn as they head back right in front of the flag stand there at the top of the hill rather than going through the entire race course. But that does has a couple of effects. Number one, it gives you more laps on the track without having to run the entire track so long. And number two, it keeps that speed down as you head into that treacherous turn number 2 that has the 180-degree turn back up the hill. You don't top that hill at a very high rate of speed. You're actually coming off the turn, so it slows them down a bit from going down to the bottom of that hill so fast and have to negotiate the immediate turn back up the hill. So it preserves a couple of different things for the drivers and makes it a worthwhile experience. If you've not tried karting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, we encourage you to do so. Of course, memberships are available here for the country club environment at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It is a country club event, and it is a country club location. So I just put on Facebook today a picture of the swimming pool, and I said, when's the last time that you visited a racetrack that had an amenity like that? Not many that I know of have that. What a great facility this is. We're just blessed to be part of it. Pete, it's a wonderful day. The skies have been... It's not been heavy sun. We've had a little bit of cloud cover today, but it's certainly not anything that's been threatening rain. Conditions just absolutely perfect for race day.
Oh, yeah, it's been a great day. We've got the autocross going. I mean, it's just it's great to see the track evolve over the years, too. You know?
Yeah, used to you'd come in, we would park where the autocross is going on now. Now we have to park in the field because we got autocross happening. We've got time attack. We've got 3 divisions of racing going on. So much has advanced here in the last couple of years. It's just amazing to see the evolution of Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I was checking out some of those time attack cars from last week or a couple of weeks ago, and they really they're really something.
Now, how many time attack cars have you seen out there today?
Not as much as last week, but
time attack. By the way, time attack cars, if you're not on the track, we need you ready to go, please. Time attack. We need you ready to roll.
Last call.
We're going to take a quick break from our broadcast and be back in just a few minutes. Time attack cars are going on the track. We see some cleanup crews going out onto the track right now. As soon as we get the track cleaned up and ready to go, we'll be back on YouTube and on all of our social media sites, so we look forward to that. Again, this is Atlanta Motorsports Park, and it is our great Miatas, Radicals, and Time Attack all taking place here live today. Back in just a few minutes. Well, Time Attack has started, Pete. We got trucks and cars on the track right now. So we got a little, I guess that's a little S10.
That's an S10. I interviewed the driver earlier today, and while we were on the autocross course, he's autocrossing that and Time Attacking it. That's been in his family, I think, since brandy new. And,
wow.
Passed down from one person to another. And that car has a junkyard LS motor transplanted in it. I think I don't know if it's the aluminum one or not. He had quite a bit of chassis work done to it. And that thing screams, and he knows how to drive it.
I'll tell you what, back in the day, man, look at him go already. Back in the day, we used to scour the junkyards looking for those 4-bolt mains for those great 283s back in the day. Of course, you could bore them out and make them a 308 or whatever it turned out to be. But anyway, we'd bore them out a little bit. And but you always look for those 4-bolt mains to get those good ones out of the junkyard, maybe out of a pulpwood truck or something.
Well, the thing about these LS motors that makes them so popular, besides the amount of horsepower, the potential there, but they were built with cross-bolt mains, like the old Hemi did, and they were built for longevity right out of the block. And you can make some incredible horsepower out of these things.
Well, you can see our S10 is closing in, and I believe he's going to lap most of the field. Now, we do run an abbreviated course here. They get down to turn number 7, and they'll make maybe 8, and they'll make a quick turn back up to come into 16 once again.
I was talking to Mr. Dutton, the driver of that blue and white Camaro there. It's got a 350 with a 2-barrel on it.
Wow. There you see them coming through that little cutoff area as they make their way back up. They'll come up into turn 15. And thank you to Tyler for correcting me a while ago. I said that was turn 17, but that's only on the kart track. Turn 16 is the last course on this track. Coming as an oval guy, anything above 4 is difficult for me to understand. So I'm used to saying coming out of turn 4 to the checkered flag. That doesn't apply here. We see some open wheel cars out there. What is that, an old Triumph or something? What is that
yeah,
thing?
TR4 or TR3A, something like that. We'll see when it comes back around.
The Camaro, that's a familiar sight. That looks like a dirt track car on the racetrack.
As I said, he's got a 350 junkyard motor in there with a 2-barrel.
How about that? So, isn't that something?
I think he won. It was the fast time of the day the last time he was out here.
Now, we talked about the auto course that's out here, the autocross that's going on, and you got Time Attack here. Obviously, well, what's the difference? I mean, you're going round and round at both places, and you're trying to beat your best time. So what's the difference in those?
Okay, what we have, autocross, it's a low-impact sport. You're driving your car through the cones, a coned-out course, one car at a time. So hopefully, other than hitting a cone, you're not going to suffer much damage. That used to be called Solo 2. And when you're driving,
autocross used to be Solo 2, or this used to be Solo 2?
Autocross used to be Solo 2.
Okay.
And Time Attack used to be the next level. You honed your skills in autocross, which is basically a low-speed course. Not this one here. It was actually pretty good. I got out of third gear driving it myself this morning.
Well, this one has some elevation change.
Oh, very much so.
All the autocross courses I've been on were like in parking areas of a speedway or something, and everything was very level, and there was no elevation change at all.
I actually did one inside the 7-mile oval at the Chrysler Proving Grounds up in Chelsea.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got lost. It was incredible. But the next step in the evolution is to go Solo 2 or Solo 1, which is what we have now called as Time Attack. And again, trying to limit damage to your vehicle, but you're driving one at a time. You're passing. If there's other people on the track with you, you have to pass by and things like that. So you're not wheel-to-wheel racing. Racecraft isn't coming in. It's more precision in driving the line.
Well, I noticed a moment ago we saw one of the drivers raise his hand up to tell the other guy to go by him, so that there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on. They're not racing each other. They're trying to race their fastest lap, and they don't want to make contact. This is not a contact sport as it looks right now.
But when you're graduating from Solo 1 to Solo 2 like this, you're getting into the point where you can have contact with the track. The track is your enemy on this end of it. But it's like anything. It's like a drug. Once you get that, you push that, they get a taste of it, they want more and more and more. These are guys, I swear, if you told them they'd be on a road course, they'd laugh at you. Now they can't wait to get out here and do it.
Well, I've often said, I read this last year, it said that there's places for alcohol addiction, there's places for drug addiction. We have no cure for racing addiction.
No, it never ends. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing. Yeah, that's not a bad thing at all. Yeah. I thought I was retired after last year, and here this is my 4th race this season, and I got another one I got to go to tonight. So continuing in the retirement mode, which isn't working too good for me.
That's what happened to me. I thought I retired 9 years ago, and I opened up my dealership, not as a hobby, but I figured no one would come, and it sort of went viral on me. So I guess it keeps you going.
Now, on Time Attack, they'll be running 10 minutes. Then they'll come in and they'll have a couple of minutes to change things and then go back out and do their fast lap. Then this is right now just practice, basically, during this time around.
But when they come back in, it'll be 3 cars at a time on the track. That's it.
And, of course, they'll be pushing the limit then. Right now, again, it's just practice to see what they need to do and how they need to attack them. Some of these guys are brand new on this course, so it gives them an opportunity to learn the track. S10 continues to prevail.
Let's check out the
It looks like a police chase. You got a pickup truck and you got a car behind it, and it almost looks like a police chase going down.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a fun way to get introduced into motorsports. You know, do you really want to go to the next level in wheel-to-wheel racing?
Well, now this S10, you said you took a look at it earlier today. Does he have racing shocks? I mean, is there anything that's above standard, or is this just a standard vehicle?
It's a trick piece.
Okay.
You know, no doubt about it. He's done a very, very nice job.
Is it a drivable? Does he drive it to the track, or does he trailer it?
Drive it. It's a driving car. I didn't see if the AC was working, but everything else is very sanitary construction.
So as they used to call it in Hot Rod Magazine, it's a grocery getter.
It's a grocery getter, quite a fast one. He's dominating. When I left to come up into the booth, he had the fast time of the day on the autocross cars.
Oh, really?
And after just coming off the track. So he had one run on the autocross cars, and he set the standard for everybody else.
Wow. And that's Bobby Allen, I believe, in that S10.
Yep. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to drive, and obviously he built a very, very nice truck.
Let's mention some of these names, by the way. The number 24 is Ryan Kovacs. Levi Green is in the 72. It's Glenn Dutton in the number 38.
That's the white Camaro.
Matthias Silvas is in the 11. Tanner Dutton is in that black 777. That's the Camaro we've seen out there. Richard Taylor is in the 196. Roger Bryant in the 5. Jordan Coker's in his 22 again. And Robert Bowden is in the number 98. Yeah, that Camaro, that's the 38, right?
Yep.
That's Glenn Dutton in that other Camaro. That looks like a race car.
Tanner's dad. But the black Camaro is more of a race car than the white one.
Oh, really?
They told me there was a junkyard motor with still has a 2-barrel on it, and I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know there are times that 2 barrels I had a 4-barrel car, one of my first race cars, 55 Chevrolet, had a 4-barrel on it, and for some reason the flutter valve in that thing would, as I would let off on it, it would go faster as I would go into the corner, and I actually picked up time putting a 2-barrel on that thing than running a 4-barrel on the racetrack I was running on.
People wouldn't want to hear that, but a good 2-barrel, properly set up, car. Look at a lot of the sportsman races. They're mandated to certain heads and certain 2-barrel carbs, the 500 CFM Hollies. The throttle response is right there. You know, you don't have to wait for anything. It's almost like a fuel injection motor. It's amazing what a good carburetor man can do.
And there's a bunch of good carburetor guys around. There's some that make their living out of taking Holley carburetors and dynoing them. And I mean, there's so much that they can do to a carburetor. And there's so many things that can go wrong in a carburetor. Man, just a little bit of trouble. But those naturally aspirated engines still are sort of the standard in the racing world. Even though there's a lot of fuel injection going on, everybody's still fascinated by carburation.
I like them both. And I was really surprised when I went to a fuel-injected car for drag racing, for consistency, that a good carburetor car can keep up with it.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts. They're not, you're tuning for atmospheric conditions, weather. There's so much that can be done. Now you can do it with a laptop on a fuel-injected car, but carburetor tuning is still a lost art. And I'm glad I learned it.
Yeah, you'll get a kick out of this. When I first started with the Cup Series, this was back in the early '90s. The crew chiefs would go out there and they would tune the screws and everything on the carburetor and get it just like they wanted. And then you'd see some old guy walk up in a pair of overalls with an ash on his cigarette about this long, and he would just hit the throttle and hit it and then twist just a little bit. They did it all by ear back in the day, and they were the major engine tuners. These old guys that nobody ever heard of would go out there, and they could tell by the sound of the engine whether it needed to be a little richer or a little leaner and put those things on the racetrack.
Well, funny you were talking about that, the long cigarette. I've been to 3 engine building factories, manufacturers. I've been to the Porsche factory while engines were being built. I've been to the Ferrari factory where engines were being built, and I was at Conner Avenue assembly plant when Viper engines were being built. In all 3 instances, people who were building the motors were all smoking, and they had a cigarette with a giant ash.
Yep.
They're working in the Porsche factory had clean rooms. The same thing with the Ferrari. I mean, the things are spotless. People are wearing white lab coats, but both guys were smoking, and they had this gigantic ash on there while they were.
And you wonder, is that going to fall into the carburetor? I've often thought that. One of the great guys, and I got a chance to meet him and talk with him one afternoon. Smokey Unick, just one of the best there was. He helped develop that V8 283 engine for Chevrolet. He was one of those guys with Knutson or whatever his name was that developed that. People don't realize the impact that Smokey Unick had on the engineering world.
Oh my God, he's like, I had a book that really taught me so much back in the day. It was called Power Secrets. It was a paperback book, and I let someone borrow it. I'm still kicking my butt for doing that, because that today I think is probably a $500-600 book,
wow,
if not $1,000. And he went so far to explore his engineering principles that he put glass in a cylinder block to see what was happening, and where he created the windage trays and things like that, crank scrapers. He was watching the aeration of the crank going through the oil pan, whipping that oil into a foam, and seeing where the power was. It was, I have a volume of books that he wrote right before he died.
Yeah. And
it's some amazing reading.
Yeah, wow.
The history of Smokey in the war, flew for the Aleutian Tigers, and did a lot of smuggling back and forth on the Silk Road, believe it or not, which funded his racing efforts and engineering efforts when he got back to the States.
He was an amazing character in racing, one of the many characters that have come out of the world of auto racing.
Well, the beautiful part about the Smokey story is that his family documented his history. Right. And if you haven't had that book or seen it, I'd gladly lend it to you. It's a volume of it, and to hear his life story, working in the farming industry in Pennsylvania at the time, his family were broke, and they sent him to debtor's prison, because if the only way the family could survive is if he worked. He dropped out of school and was basically a self-taught engineer.
What a fantastic man. Glad I had a chance to meet him and talk with him before he passed away. And he would always show up at the racetrack in his white coveralls and his little black hat. Everybody knew that was Smokey Unick, no question about that. He was in his signature attire. Yep.
They actually put read it this weekend that they made a historical marker for that, for the best damn garage in town.
How about that? That's certainly a neat story. And Smokey Unick, his number 13 race car, boy, you saw those Chevelles and those cars that he had during the day.
The 3/4 scale Chevelle.
Yeah, they were something else. Yeah, the short thing. I mean, shorter wheelbase than anybody else ever showed up with. So many of the rules in NASCAR had to be rewritten because Smokey broke so many of them that the gray area, they didn't have a rule. They had to create rules because of what he came up with.
Oh, I saw he had the one of my favorites was the alternator with a propeller on it behind the grill. Like, hey, no one said you couldn't do this.
Yeah.
So you had an air-driven alternator. You figured there was a 2 or 3 horsepower loss in that.
Wow.
From parasitic loss. I mean, the guy he thought outside the box.
Yeah.
And the end of his life, unfortunately, he, not unfortunately, but he really started looking for alternative fuels and try to, reduce our dependence on foreign oil.
Right.
He was really a pioneer, but someone that
always pioneering. His entire life was nothing but pioneering.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I didn't know this when I sold it, but we had a 240Z race car was built here in Georgia, campaigned in Georgia. And I sold it for the gentleman and ended up in England. And part of the car was a handful. It was a very powerful car. I think it was 2,100 pounds and 200 change to the wheel.
Let's talk a little bit about this autocross
Here we
going on.
are.
Tell us about this.
This is at the skid pad. This is a 560, so you're doing a 360 around. You're coming back in, okay? And you're at full throttle here in second gear. You're coming out.
Now that's an elevation change.
Yeah,
You're going uphill.
And the car I was in today that we took off the lot had a automatic transmission, so it was terrible coming up that hill. It wouldn't shift right, and it just slogged down. But we still had a great time.
So what kind of time are you looking at? Generally speaking, what is a good basic time through the autocross?
In this particular one, the car we had today on 500 tread wear tires all seasons, I got it down to a 45 second. Before I left, I think 40 seconds was the fast time of the day, with some specially prepared cars with DOT racing, much higher wear, lower wear tread wear tires. And there's some prepared cars out there with some excellent drivers.
That's about a lap around a mile-and-a-half racetrack, about 45 to 49 seconds.
And it's a lot of fun. You know, one of the trucks we saw last time, that orange truck, is out here.
Boy, he's got a motor in that thing. Good grief.
I mean, that thing is hauling.
Oh. Well, we see our autocross, our time attack back rolling once again. There you see the 777 Camaro as it heads in front of the condos. We're in our 2 minutes right now. We'll actually get 2 laps, and these drivers will have an opportunity. They practiced in the first 10 minutes. Now they're out for their 2 laps to find out how they're going to turn this compared to what they did in lap number 1. So the 777 is the one you see atop the leaderboard right now. That's Tanner Dutton. And you say this is actually a better race car than the other Camaro.
Yep, than his dad's, and more prepared, let's put it that way. But Tanner's a well-rounded driver. You know, I've met them in drag racing, and I'm so glad to see them. I've watched them really do very well in the Good Guys Autocross series. And now watching him out here at Time Attack is making me happy.
So, Pete, you talk about a lot of these drivers that were drag racers are now doing Time Attack and road course kind of things. Why not oval track? Why did they choose this discipline over oval tracks?
Oval track is I think, more of a closed society right now. You know, it's tougher to get into. You know, the beautiful part about road course racing and tracks like this and autocross, anyone could do it. You can run what you brung. You know, there's really the other than safety, the rules are wide open. You know, you can do whatever you want. And
you're not competing against everybody else. You're competing against yourself. So
exactly.
The rules are sort of self-imposed. Whatever you want to do and how much you want to stretch your budget, you can.
Exactly. So you're not locked into a class and with the demands of doing it. What people don't realize, it's like any kind of performance, even a singer or an actor or whatever. You look at the few minutes they're on track or on stage and you go, wow, they're getting paid a lot, or, you know, that must be a lot of fun. They don't see what goes into the background of that, the preparation, the practice. For when I was racing, I did most of my own maintenance and work on the car. It would be 40 hours for every 40 minutes on track.
Wow.
And if you wanted to win, that's what you had to do.
Well, people have told me for years, you need to treat a race car like you do your wife. Touch her every day. You got to work on those race cars every day. There's not a moment goes by that you don't need to be doing something to improve your performance.
My wife would laugh at me and call me Walter Mitty because she'd find me passed out underneath the car many a night. And after I would do, I was an aircraft mechanic on fighter planes in the military. After my military career ended, I took a lot of that discipline of checking, rechecking, pre-flights, and it's amazing laying underneath the car and have the stereo on in the shop, and I just sit there with a light and start, nut and bolting everything, but every time you would see something that you weren't looking for, you're like, oh man, that brake line's chafing, or this wheel bearing, or it looks like it might be coming apart, just by laying under there looking at it and having a set rote procedure that you would go through. That's the thing and the consistency that would get you to win races.
If you go through the NASCAR Cup garage before a race or Xfinity, any NASCAR race, you'll see the crew chiefs have checklist taped to the side of the car, and every crew member knows what they're supposed to do and check off. I mean, there's certain things that you have to check every day, multiple. I mean, it's like 150 items, a lot of things that you check right before that car goes onto the track.
I actually stole that out of when I went to my first Winston Cup race, and I saw that, and I made those sheets up for myself, and I would have them on all areas of the car. And being a lone wolf or doing this by yourself can be complicated. And I went one of the biggest problems you have when you're racing by yourself in club racing is getting help or having somebody help you. People want to help you, but they don't really know what they're doing or know what to do. And idea came to me from back in my military days. When we worked on aircraft, you had job boxes because you couldn't lose a tool. So if you were doing an engine, or it looks like the time attack guys are coming in. Let's see what the time. Glenn beat his son.
Wow.
I think they were a 114 out there.
Well, that's pretty amazing for Glenn to come up and take that top spot away from Tanner.
I think he did last week, too.
Got a couple of more cars still on the track. We'll get Spec Miatas lined up in grid here in just a moment, so Spec Miatas, be ready to go. Spec Miatas, it's time to get those cars ready. Spec Miata, we need you ready to grid here in just a couple of minutes. So you were talking about you stole that idea and were able to put that into practice.
And people laughed at me when I came to the track. They're like, what's that? Like, things I needed to do. Make sure I check off everything before I went out there. And back to the military thing, they would have job boxes for only give you tools for a specific job. Let's say you're changing an engine, you have an engine tool box. Brakes, you'd have a brake tool box because if you left a tool on an aircraft, it could kill the flight crew. So I came up with that idea out of frustration one day, thrashing between rounds, trying to get the car out on the track, and asking people to help me, but they didn't know what they were looking for. So I came back and I put tools segregated into certain boxes. Open-end wrenches went in one, metric went in another, and brake kit would be in a purple toolbox. So I could, if I'm laying underneath a car and I'm changing something, an oil pan, gasket, or whatever, I could say, go in there and give me the purple box in my trailer. And they would come out. And it worked. One of those little things you learn over the things. And they do the same thing in NASCAR. When they have the crash carts, you'll look at them now, the toe links that are breaking in the rear ends, they could change them and barely lose a lap.
Yeah. I've seen those things have changed over the years. When they first started, they had little bitty crash carts, pit carts. Now they've got them huge. They've got technology. They've got satellite dishes. They've got places for the crew chiefs and the car chief to sit on. It's amazing to watch the evolution of those things. And you even used to see, now that NASCAR has mandated they can't do it anymore, but they'd have rear ends. They'd have all kind of stuff on those carts where they could replace them right there on the spot.
I wish they left that alone.
Yeah.
I like that part of it, coming back.
I didn't like the fact that if they have to go to the garage and spend a certain amount of time, they can't come back out. Those are the kind of things that I wish they had allowed them to stay the same.
Me too. I agree with you on that end. Let's watch this little S10.
Yeah, S10's doing he is boogieing up the hill. Good to see him out there going strong, and the rest of our time attack cars are back on the track once again. This is the second group right now. We saw that first group out there a minute ago. S10's already down there in the cutoff. He'll be coming back up into turn 14 as he gets ready to top the hill.
Let's see what his hot lap is.
Well, actually comes into turn 16. I'll say, where does he go in the overall picture?
114.
Wow, Bobby Allen turning it on at a 114. And you say he's got an LS in that thing.
Yeah, he said a Boneyard LS.
Wow.
This
Spec Miatas, it's time to grid. Spec Miatas, it's time to get you to the grid. Let's get all Spec Miatas to the grid. Drivers in Spec Miata, let's get those cars gridded now, please.
Ooh, Ryan Kovacs just went down to a 112.
Man.
Levi Green's a 112.
Now, what's he driving?
I don't know. What do we got? We have a little CRX out there. I know that. That thing's flying.
Yeah, we see the CRX. He's heading up into turn 4 right now.
And, the other car looks like an Audi, so I don't know who's in what, but these guys are hauling the mail.
Yeah, they don't have clear numbers on these cars for us to tell who's in what, so it's difficult to find out. Again, these are daily drivers, so they don't have numbers emblazoned all over the sides like you see in these made-for-racing cars.
So, for example, Tanner's or the fast lap was Matthias Silva at a 147 in the last group. These guys are down to 114, 113 on Bobby
And this
Allen.
is the fastest group, that's for sure.
Yep. Kovacs is at 112, 076, and Levi Green at a 112, 036. So that's a pretty tight grouping.
We have a couple more that need to come back out on track after these drivers that will still be going on with them. Right there, you see a good shot of them as they come off of 16, and by our vantage point here at the straightaway, there's a CRX coming across
111.
there. Wow.
Kovacs and the CRX got the FTD right now. Ooh.
Levi Green is in that black car. That's the Audi, I
Yep.
think it is. That's a 72 car.
Allen's best lap was a 113. Followed, I think Kovacs got this group for sure at a 111, and Levi Green at a 112. Well done.
So take us through this course. What is an area here that you drive differently than you thought you would when you first hit the racetrack? Is it 16? Is it where the car unloads coming off there? What is a different thing than what you would normally think on this track?
That is such a deceptive corner. You know, when you look at it, it looks like a nice, long, flowing corner, and that'd be very easy. The faster you go, the spookier it is.
Well, Ben even talked about that. He said it's one of the most intimidating corners in all of racing. Imagine that, and it looks so simple.
It does, and I think that catches a lot of people off guard. You know, you look at it and you go, well, this isn't much, but at speed, it's a lot. You know, and with the centrifugal force pushing you out, I think a quick lift there, you can get in a lot of trouble. You know, you really can.
You were talking earlier about IndyCar racing, and 204, 205 is a difficult place to be because it's not high speed and it's not low speed, and the cars aren't made to go 204, 205.
Exactly. And I was shocked when they said that. He said it's much more comfortable doing 225 than it is doing 205 and 210. And they had Ryan Hunter-Ray, who won the Indy 500. Since he didn't have a ride last year, he had to go back through that orientation process.
Wow.
And he said it was the spookiest thing he's ever done. You
Huh.
know, I was
Isn't that
shocked.
something?
It's like, I love picking up those little tidbits.
Yeah,
you know,
wow.
when you hear something
Interesting
like that.
information. Our second group has completed their time attack. We've got a couple of more drivers, I think, heading out on that final group. I believe that we've got two more to go, or are they not competing at all?
I think we're done.
I think we're done. We're ready to bring out Spec Miatas once again. Remember, in that first outing today, Blake Fabiani got the win. Keith Williamson had some problems, and I don't know if we ever got a for sure on that. Blake surmised that it might be a transmission problem with the way that he saw the car act in front of him. So I'm not sure if we got the word on that. Not sure if Keith's going to be out in this group or not. We'll find out when they get down to grid in just a moment. Again, if you're in Spec Miata and have not made it to the grid yet, make sure to get those cars gridded. All Spec Miata, we need you to the grid, and let's get this race underway. So Blake Fabiani was the class of the group last time out, and kudos to him for getting that car ready to go. We heard Chris do the interview with him, and he talked about autism and talked about he's racing for Autism Speaks on his race car. And again, motorsports in general has embraced autism and does many races. I know we're doing a race tonight where autism awareness is one of the things that we bring up on tonight's race. So that's been something that has been good for the world of autism and that syndrome, and also for motorsports to have something to hang their hat on, so to speak.
Motorsports, I think it's a very generous group. You know?
Very much so.
You know, civic-minded people have always look at the NASCAR Speedway charities. One of my young drivers that I sponsored, he's runs an NHRA, he's a multi-time national champion, and found out this weekend or last weekend at a race, it ended up at University of Florida's Juvenile Diabetes Center that he's got type 1 diabetes. And,
wow.
Brave young man, 10 years old, again, 3 championships already under his belt. And, you know, the whole racing community is just rallying behind him. And can't continue to race,
Yeah.
no doubt about it. But there's just so many good causes out there, and the fact that the racing community rises to it.
I've seen the generosity of race fans over the years. Someone will have a house burned down or whatever happens, and the drivers will come up, pass their helmets through the grandstand, and just take up gobs of money. I mean, such a benevolent group in racing, and I'm always proud to be part of that racing community.
Same here. When I first went for my competition license, one of the things at the end of it, they were saying, support people who support you.
Mm-hmm.
Support sponsors. Without sponsors, you couldn't have anything that's happening today, and that you should support them. And you always thought in the back of your mind, maybe that's true, maybe that isn't. Well, when you get involved in organized racing, it's most definitely true.
Yeah, and thanks to NASCAR and other groups, but NASCAR, I guess, started it, certainly not shy to emblazon the sponsors all over everything. In golf, you see very small little embroiders on their shirts of something. Man, with NASCAR, it is wide open, and the same is true for almost all types of racing right now. Not scared to emblazon those names of sponsors everywhere.
Plus that, but back to the civic responsibilities of it, they respond. They generate a lot of money for civic organizations and charitable trusts. It's really something. All forms of it, I've seen it time and time again. They rise to the occasion.
You see Collins Rigdon getting the safety car in place right now. We got Spec Miatas all lining up, getting ready to come out onto the track, so we'll be getting them out in just a moment as the Spec Miata class gets back for their final coming up here today. I'm going to have to scoot out of here in about 30 minutes, so Pete, I think we're going to get Chris up here, and the two of you are going to handle the rest of the afternoon here.
We'll be lost without you, but we'll do it.
Your attention, please, Miatas. We need all Miatas to the grid. Miatas, your time has come. Let's get them gridded now. All Miatas gridded now. Once again, for downforce cars, once that pace car hits the track, you will have 30 minutes until you're ready to grid. So get ready. All downforce. Remember, once the pace car hits the track, you have 30 minutes from that time. Right now, we've got Spec Miatas coming out, and Pete, it looks like there's some clouds that have appeared, some clouds that didn't look like those pretty cumulus clouds earlier in the day.
Exactly. I think we need to get people rolling here before they get a little. Hey, we can have some excitement with a rain race. Let's go.
Well, I'm headed to a dirt track tonight. I don't want to see rain for that because
we
we're
don't.
hoping to get that one in, and we don't do well with rain at dirt tracks.
What track are you going to tonight?
I'll be announcing Livonia Speedway tonight, so looking forward to that. Haven't been there since the last race last year. I think I did an October, maybe November race, and I told them I would see them probably never again. And here, all of a sudden, in May, I'm back again.
So what kind of cars do they race there?
Oh, this will be late models. It'll be limited late models. We'll have a number of different stock 8s, stock 4s, all different ages from 9 years of age up to whatever. So it'll be with 9 divisions. We'll race a lot of races tonight.
Wow, I got to come there one night.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I was the announcer at Livonia for 20-some-odd years and just love my dirt tracks. Of course, asphalt tracks, I was the announcer at Lanier for the entire time that Lanier was racing. So I saw so many of the great drivers come through there. Tony Stewart won a USAC midget race there when he was 14 years old. Jeff Gordon hit the wall in the Baby Ruth car. Jeff told me one time, he said, out of all of the hits he's taken in NASCAR or wherever, he said the hardest hit I ever had was turn 1 when my throttle hung at Lanier. Of all places. He said the worst hit I've ever had in my life. He said, I thought I was going to clear the wall and take out the chicken houses.
I miss that track. I really do.
Oh, what a great racetrack. I'll be there Memorial Day weekend back at Lanier for Memorial Day weekend. Legends and Bandoleros will be running, so excited about that. Will Rigdon has taken my place there at Lanier after I retired from there. That was the hardest one for me to say no to. When they called and said, will you come back and do Lanier? And I had to say, guys, I've retired, but I'm back on Memorial Day weekend on Saturday and Sunday.
Look forward to it. Lanier was, I love short.
Greatest racetrack with that tier parking on the backside. Somebody told me last time I was there, they said, you sound different at Lanier than you do at any other track. And I think it's because of the echo from that three-tier parking over there.
I used to love the spectator races.
Yeah,
there.
Bud loved doing spectator racing. Let me tell you a story about spectator racing. We had an orange Nova. I don't know if you remember that guy in the orange Nova. He would just blister the track every week. And one night he got loose and he ran into the wall. And the story goes that he went to his insurance agency the next Monday and told them that he had had an accident and he needed to file a claim on his Nova. And the guy said, no, because I was sitting in the grandstands and watched you run it into the wall. I don't think this is going to fly. So
that's awesome. There were 2 brothers there. They ran Chevelles, the Colonnade bodies, the mid-70s style Chevelles. And they were ruthless. I mean, guys would bring their nicer cars or later model cars up there and, want to go at the track, and these 2 guys would hunt them down.
There was also an Opel Cadet that came out there, and he would win week after week after week. It was just unbelievable to see that little car do so well.
Huh?
Yeah, Opel Cadet. But Bud Lunsford loved his spectator racing. And it didn't matter if we had a big NASCAR race or whatever. Even though that race had finished, we had to let spectator racing get done before he would let anybody across the track or even let me across the track to interview the winner. He loved that spectator racing so much.
I like that when you were locked into that track. You couldn't go away.
That's right. That's right.
Once you were in, you were in. The first race I went there was when I moved there in '94. Was the 4th of July race. And they stopped it in the middle of the race, at the halfway point. Everybody brought car covers out for the cars that were still on track.
Yeah.
And then they had a fireworks show over the track.
Yep.
Like,
they used to have legendary fireworks shows.
I moved to the right place.
The fireworks people, they would bring me a cassette, and they had their fireworks timed to the cassette. The music drove which fireworks they were going to do.
Really?
And yeah, that was the only time that I had that was at Lanier. They put a lot of money into that fireworks show.
I mean, this one firework. Oh, here we go. Miatas are on track.
Miatas are out. It's good to see them on track. We could sit here and reminisce for days, I think. Well, the safety car is on the track. Collins Rigdon behind the wheel of that one. There you see Blake Fabiani. He's got that Autism Speaks car out front, and he was the winner of the pre-final here earlier this afternoon. So now our final is getting ready to get underway. Of course, it's going to be 20 minutes in this final. Again, we need all downforce cars to know 30 minutes from now you'll need to be on grid. 30 minutes from now you need to have those cars on grid. The pace car is on the track, so make sure 30 minutes from now you are on grid and ready to go for all the downforce cars that are here today. So Fabiani is out there. Matt White also out there. Steve Tyler. Mike Pascoe, Matt Saylor, Jordan Coker, and Ty Svani. Now, Ty was in second spot. That's Tal, I believe, Tal Svani. He was in second spot there. Something happened to him on the last time through. Keith Williamson, we do not see his car back out there, so apparently that was terminal for Keith here this afternoon. That's a sad thing. We're hoping that was just an issue with maybe a missed shift, and he lost some momentum. He was rolling after that, but as Pete and I were talking up here, we don't know what gear he was in. He was in some gear, but it may have not been the full selection of gears through his transmission that he had. They make their way for the final time before they go full speed. They're heading up through turn 10 to 11 right now and getting ready to go up that big hill and the big ring coming off turn 12.
What happened to Tal?
He's not out there. I do not see his car on the track in that shot, so I don't believe he's out here.
Okay.
Oh, that was the contact. Okay, very good. Okay. And Matt Saylor has been relegated to the back of the field. He was penalized earlier for passing
under the yellow. And also there was some contact we obviously saw. We did not see the contact. We saw the after effects of the contact. We didn't catch that shot and weren't looking directly at it. We're ready to come to green right now. Blake Fabiani and Matt White are coming side by side as they come down to get the green flag to get things underway. And the field all tightened up 2 by 2 as we get ready to roll. I think all money and all odds are on Blake Fabiani for this race. Let's see if it's going to hold out and if he's going to hold out during this race or his engine's going to hold out. You know, he had those engine problems going into last week. Looks like he's gotten those engine woes straightened out. And Fabiani takes control of this off turn number 1. It's Blake Fabiani working up to turn 2. He'll get ready to head around the carousel turn here in just a moment. He works his way through the S's. Great shot from our cowboy Cam out at the tower, and Fabiani now starts to distance himself from Matt White as they get ready to roll down the hill in turn number 4. Fabiani brings it into turn number 6. That's that hairpin turn that makes it so difficult for drivers to negotiate. You're coming down with a full head of steam out of turn 4. You got to put the brakes on in a hurry and get that car turned and rotated through turn 6. Through the S's now in turns 7 and 8. They'll take that left-hander there. You see another one of those run-out areas with the sand pit and the tires down through turn number 9 and a little bunker there on the side of that one as well. Into 10, and they'll work up the hill into turn 11. Now, this is the Nürburgring replica here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It makes that big long turn, and you don't see the elevation change there, but quite an elevation change down to the lowest part of the racetrack right there before they start working their way back up. They'll come through 14. It's that big sweeping turn, and it just continues to turn left. They'll work their way up through 15, and now off of, as Ben Collins said, the most treacherous turn in motorsports, and he's seen a lot of racetracks. That is saying something, that turn number 16. Pete, 16, we just can't emphasize enough how difficult that seemingly simple-looking turn is. Yep, and looks like we have a race. You know, Fabiani's leading, but Matt White seemed to make up quite a bit of time on the uphill, and here he comes coming through, and I think we're going to have a much closer race than the first one.
Well, Matt White is showing something he didn't really show in that first race. White is staying tight on Fabiani as they come down the hill. Now, we saw Blake lock the tires up a time or two before. Is that going to be a situation right now? This has seemed to be the pressure point for Fabiani. Can he get through there cleanly without the rear end stepping out on that car? Yes, he does. And he picks up about a car length over the 67 of Matt White in doing so. So a great job by Fabiani, but look at White catching him. Man, look at the horsepower kick in for Matt White. He is right there on the back bumper of Fabiani as they head into turn number 10. It's Fabiani, your leader. White is there. Now also Steven Tyner is starting to catch White. Check that out. He is moving up, and he's within a car length, a half car length now on Matt White. We got a race going on.
Oh, I'm telling you. But right here is where White really comes on strong. Check out this climb. Ooh.
Oh, look at this.
Some bump
Fabiani,
drafted.
something happened to Fabiani. He has slowed. Fabiani's car has slowed. The entire field is going to make their way by. I don't know if he's dropped a cylinder or what's gone on, but there is a situation happening with Blake Fabiani's car. He's not lost that lead pack yet. He's still tucked in there between 5th and 6th position. But Matt White is now our new race leader. White takes it down to turn number 1. Now he's got some pressure going on.
The Sailor's right on him. Ooh, he's by him.
Just by him. And now we got a little bump coming. White said, I don't think I like the way you got by me there. So he gave a little retaliation. I'm not sure it was a Noah Gregson, Ross Chastain kind of thing happening, but there was a little something going on there.
Yeah, we like that. Spec Miata is also really well known for bump drafting. So
that was a little more than a bump drafting, I think. But now Fabiani's back up to speed once again. I don't know exactly what happened there. He's trying to take at least one spot back away once again as he gets to turn number 6. Can't pull it off there. There you see riding with Fabiani as they head down through that area. You see the good shot from the drone there as they head into turn number 8.
He just doesn't seem to have the pull he once had.
Matt Saylor is up front in the 37. It's Matt White now in second spot, but Fabiani just not able to negotiate. He's working on the Mike Pasco car right now and can't seem to get by him. I'm not sure what happened to Blake, but something clearly went on with that car right now as he sits there in 4th spot. Can't seem to make up any position on the racetrack.
Yeah, the leaders are running 42s. He's dropped down to a 43.8.
Now he's working on the outside. Something has come alive again with Fabiani's car. He's going to make 2 for 1 on that corner as he brings it back up to second.
Wow. That was impressive.
He turned on the afterburner all of a sudden.
A little nitrous.
Man. So
wow.
Fabiani going back for the lead right now. Can he outbreak him into turn number 1? I believe he's got the experience to do so. Yeah, Fabiani back to number 1 spot, but not giving up easily. Check this out. Matt Saylor's trying to battle him hard. Saylor's right behind him under those clouds that are looking a bit ominous over there in turn 4.
Aren't they? Well, this Sailor Fabiani came from nowhere. I don't know what happened there.
Maybe he just wanted to see how many cars he could pass. I don't know exactly what's going on, but some kind of problem for Blake has obviously resolved itself right now. It'll be interesting to see what he says in his post-race interview as we find out what happened with Fabiani.
There's still a tightly packed group. There we go. We're going to have a little bump. Oh!
I'm not sure what. Something. Fabiani's car slowed once again, and he held up the Matt Saylor car, and then Matt White got by him again. So something going on there. I'm not sure exactly what's happening as Fabiani once again fades to the back of the field. Well, there's certainly issues going on the racetrack. We see a car off track right there that's sitting out in turn 14. That is that 91 car. That's Tal Svani, who came out onto this race late, and Svani did not complete a single lap, and he sits over there in turn 14 right now in the grassy area. So we're back under green conditions right now.
I think we
no, we're not under
yellow.
green. We're rolling track safety equipment out. We have several cars under the yellow flag have been flagged for passing, so we'll find out how those penalties will be assessed a little later. So right now they are putting things under a full course caution as we get the safety officials over to Tal Svani's car. There's Collins Rigdon back out in the safety vehicle. She will get hold of the field and lead them by at a safe pace as they work their way off. Again, Blake Fabiani, kind of the story of this race. Fabiani set sail early, as we thought he would, then lost the lead as something happened to his car. Coming through turn 15, he slowed back to 5th place, then made his way all the way back to the front again, and now something happened to the car again, or maybe he saw the yellow flag and he checked up. I'm not sure what happened, but now he finds himself in 5th place once again.
Yeah, that was really strange, the way he dropped that. I thought it might have been an electrical problem, but then when I saw the Tal's car, which I haven't seen all the entire race.
Yeah, that was his first lap.
So he came out in the middle
He
of the
came
race.
out. It came out at the very end of that lap behind the field, and then wound up in turn 14. Yeah, we're talking up here in the tower about the clouds. It looks like some falling weather that's out through turn number 4 from us right now. But according to the weather radar, nothing is falling. I have been at racetracks before where weather radar said it was clear, and I could clearly see rain falling right in front of my face. So can't always believe the radar. Maybe it's not enough to pick up on radar, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah, that looks like rain to me.
Yeah, General Sadler, I don't know if you remember General Sadler, who was in charge of Speedway Children's Charities. You mentioned those a little earlier. General Sadler, who was a great Army general, told us one time, he said, he was one of the few 5-star generals I've had an opportunity to meet in my day. Anyway, he said, if you lost track of the mountain, there's a mountain past Atlanta Motor Speedway, about 20 miles, and he said, as long as you can see that mountain, you're going to get a race in. He said, the moment you don't see the mountain, you might as well pack it up and go home. And that proved to be true every time.
Really?
We had, yeah, when the mountain went away, that was the end of the day for us. No matter how long you stayed there, you weren't going to get a race in. So now we still have the cleanup going on down in turn 14. They're still checking out Tal Sfani's car to try to find out what's going on. There you see the safety crews over with him as they figure out exactly what's happening.
What's that over there?
That is the sweeper.
Okay.
That's the jet dryer. So Juan Pablo Montoya hopefully is nowhere around the area.
Remember that was something.
I was watching that and I thought, is he not going to slow down? And boom, right into the back of the jet dryer he went.
I thought I'd seen everything until I saw that one.
He was a great interview, though. Great guy to talk to. And I probably shouldn't say this. This isn't correct, but a hot wife. My goodness. I always like to interview him because he'd always bring his wife over anyway.
That's politically incorrect.
Okay, well, I take that back. Please rewind the tape and erase that portion. Thank you. But Montoya spoke with a heavy Mexican-Spanish accent, and he talked very fast. And you'd ask him a question, and you had to sit there for a few moments and decipher what he said before you asked the next question.
He hasn't changed a bit. He's racing with his son now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, very much. He's doing a lot of IMSA racing and endurance racing, and I think an LMP2 car, which would be close to the Praga.
Now, where do they race?
They race
in California, or are they in Mexico?
Right now, they're in California.
Okay. Because I know they had moved to California at one point in time. Okay, so they're going to bring everybody down pit road. Is that correct? And restack the field. There was a pass under caution that was not allowed, so they're going to re-rack the field, so to speak, and bring those drivers back in and get everything set as they should be before they go back out. So Tal Sfani's car is not on the rollback. I'm not sure what the end of that situation was down there. We didn't see the actual taking care of getting that car off track. Maybe he's got it rolling once again. I'm not sure. We'll find out in a moment. But he wasn't on the rollback, and the jet dryer didn't seem to be used down there in that area. So apparently he didn't kick up a lot of debris on the racetrack. So they're going to be bringing everybody up to re-grid. So everybody coming up, they'll be coming through that little section of S's right there, and they'll be coming back around in just a moment. Lights are on the safety car. Just like any other racetrack, the lights go off on the last lap as we're getting ready for the green flag, but the caution lights, flashers are back on. And there you see that area where Sfani's car was. That is free and clear of his car right now. So apparently he was able to leave under his own power. It was not on the rollback when they came around. Safety crews here do an amazing job at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You see the fire truck, you see the safety trucks, you see the jet dryer. They take everything out on the track to make sure that the track is ready to go. They don't have to wait till they get over there and call a certain vehicle to come out for any specifics. They bring everybody out on the track at once. And that all stems, Pete, from the old safety safari that came from the big block modifieds that used to run up north, which you're very familiar with, Stafford and Limestone, Lime Rock, all those great places that they'd run those big block modifieds. And they started watching that. I was there at Volusia County when they were racing those in the early 90s, and some of the NASCAR officials were there, and they were watching how the safety safari came out so quickly, and they said, that's something we need to adopt. So they started that. Now the AMS Rescue Group, or AMR Rescue Group that's with NASCAR, that was sort of patterned after that safety safari. And we see that same sort of thing happening here.
Yeah, it's NHRA does the same thing. Now IndyCar is certainly has one of the best. Formula One does. It's a necessary evil today.
Well, one of the things that has changed racing since I've been involved in racing, probably the number one change has been the receiver, for the tower to be able to talk to the individual drivers. You can tell them, check up, or there's a caution or whatever. They don't have to wait till they see a flag coming around the starter's stand once again. You can let the drivers know there's something going on almost immediately with the receiver and the opportunity for the tower to talk to the drivers. All right, they're getting them lined back up. You see the drivers in the Spec Miatas there. You also see those Radical cars. They're getting ready to come out on the track here in just a few moments. So downforce cars are coming out. Today it's a variation of drivers. We've got drivers here in the Radicals. We've also got drivers here in the Pradas, and they're going to be racing against each other as we bring downforce cars out in just a little while. Making the necessary placements of the drivers. Again, we had a pass under caution with yellow out. That is not allowed, so we're having to put the drivers back in their proper position before we get the rest of this race underway. Under a red flag event, the timer stops, so they're out there for 20 minutes, but the clock will stop during this red flag, and we'll be able to get things going once again. They pull them back out on the track. Collins Rigdon behind the safety car will be rolling those cars back out onto the track and leading them back around here in just a minute. Field is being released out there right now. Again, if you're in a downforce car, let's get those cars to grid. Downforce cars, you need to be on the grid as we get ready for downforce action right after we complete the Spec Miatas. Fabiani is back up front. I think that was a situation there where Fabiani just checked up and the other guys didn't, and they passed him on the track. So it was not a mechanical issue. He just saw the yellow flag and maybe the other drivers didn't.
Yep. You should push back a little bit. Yeah, that was just such an abrupt change of leadership there. It was
well,
really,
and had he not had the problems earlier, we wouldn't have even thought anything about it. We would have known he checked up. But since he had those problems earlier, it made you wonder if not another problem had existed in his car.
Exactly.
The clouds starting to clear up a little bit. We see some clearer, whiter clouds coming through the area, so that looks good. Glad to see that happening. Meanwhile, our pace car takes them down into turn number 8. They'll continue on around the field, and we'll get ready for the green flag to come out. I think lights are off on the pace car right now, so that means we're within one lap to go. Fabiani, I believe, is going to be scored our race leader. That was the last lap through that you see receiver showing on the side of the screen. So I believe that's going to change, and you're going to see the 85 of Fabiani back up there in the top spot. And that will put Matt White, I believe he's going to be that second place car in the 67. And the orange car, I think that's not Matt Saylor. That may be Mike Pasco in the orange car. We'll have to check that number to make sure, but I believe he's the orange car. Making our way around there, we'll come up for the final time here in 16. You'll see Collins Rigdon pull off here in just a moment. as she takes the pace car down the access road. There she goes. We'll be coming back to green here in just a second. The clock has been stopped at 12:37. It will start once again once the green flag flies over this field, and we'll have 12 and a half minutes left in this race. Fabiani brings them by. You'll see that scoring monitor change as they come by over the scoring loop right here, and that'll show you the correct running of the drivers right now. So Fabiani will go back to the top spot. Matt White, Steve Tyner is in that orange car. The 09 of Tyner is in that car. Pasco is back in the rear of the field. He's in the blue car back there. So that's the way they are as they head off turn number 2 right now. We're back under green flag action, and Blake Fabiani has set sail.
Well, he's not losing White too much.
Matt White has tried to keep up with Fabiani, and he is there in about 8 car lengths back as they head down toward turn 6. Fabiani working hard to get his car woed down as they come through turn 6. Makes a really good exit off there, gains some position on that second place car of Matt White as they head over to turn number 8. That's that little section of S's right there before they get down to actually turn 8 itself. They head into turn 11 right now. They work their way up the hill and around turns 12 and 13, and that big sweeping turn in 14. Again, one of those track condition areas that seems to be so simple, but we see a lot of cars go off course there in 14 as they wind up in that grassy area, or sometimes even further than that. Meanwhile, here they come off 16. We're coming back to start finish once again. Fabiani is the race leader, and whatever its situation he had going on in that car earlier, looks like that's been rectified, Pete.
But White is coming up. I mean, he's got a pretty strong charge on that one. They're within a tenth of his second on that last lap time.
Yeah, the long straightaway is where he makes up his time. Coming down the front straightaway here, he really has some horsepower in that car, and that's where he's been able to make some inroads. Fabiani seems to have the better handling car when he goes through the S's and the sweeping turns. But then again, when you get to the straightaways, here comes Matt White back on the gas once again. They bring it down the hill toward turn number 6, one of the fastest parts of the race course because you're going downhill and you've got an opportunity to really make some horsepower there before you get into that hard turn. Fabiani leads them off there. A change in the way that we handled the rumble strips from last year. Last year you could put 2 wheels off the rumble strips but not 4. This year it's not a penalty if you get all 4 off the rumble strips. So a little bit of change in the rules here as far as rumble strips are concerned coming off turn number 6.
Like coming on to turn 6, it looks like Fabiani certainly has the advantage. But at this part of the track, it seems that White comes alive.
Yeah, White's able, watch this now. If it's happened like it's done the last few laps, as they come up this hill and down the front straightaway, coming off 16, that's where White starts to gain some momentum. They're coming up through turn 15 right now. They'll be heading to 16 here in just a moment, topping that hill right there. Let's see if White closes in on him as they get down toward turn number 1.
He might have lost the draft a little bit, but he still made up some time.
He drives it deep into the corner there. That's where he gains a little bit of position. He's going into a braking point a little later than Fabiani is, but he's still about 10 car lengths back right now as we head toward turn 2.
Well, White was actually almost a half a second faster on that lap than Fabiani.
Well, as I mentioned, I have to announce another race tonight, and that's 2 hours away in Livonia, Georgia. I have to be there at 6. So, Pete, I'm going to head out, and I'm going to head towards some dirt track racing action tonight. So I will see you a little later. Have a great time. I think Chris is going to come up here and join you. Tyler may grab a microphone and join you as well as you continue on. It's been great to be here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Always a fun place to be.
Always fun to have you, Charles. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I'll sit over there. I was actually going to hot swap Mikey and Paul. Well, after this race, I didn't realize you were leaving mid-race. I thought you were going to give it to the end.
I'll do down.
Yeah.
Yards. Do you want me on that?
Yeah, if you want to finish this race up.
I just need to leave at 4.
Yeah, no, you
I got
get
2
out of here,
hours.
Charles. I know I told you you could go.
Where are you going, bro, Charles?
No, I'm doing Livonia tonight. Yeah, I got to be there at 6, and it's 2 hours.
Fabiani's maintaining a commanding lead.
Yeah, it looks like the drivers are working through their way through the carousel corner, and he's just maintaining the pace right now.
The last race he was in, he was up till 4 o'clock in the morning getting the engine back together.
Really?
And he ended up with a podium finish. It was great to see. But
Well, hey, that hard work's paying off, it's looking like.
no doubt about it.
So we're coming up to 2 minutes remaining in this race. Fabiani is still controlling the pace. Matt White is keeping him in tow through turn 4 as they come around that big double apex corner, around that water tower. And then working their way down towards turn 6. This is a very, very challenging corner. It's very deceiving because you're braking coming across the track. The pavement is really cracked and rough right there. It's just hard for the tires to gain a lot of grip. And then as you work up that hill, it crowns off right at the top of the hill. It's really easy for the back end of the car to step out because you want to get on power with some steering input, and it looks like these drivers are managing it very well.
Yeah, is that the primary passing point on the track?
Going into turn 6 is obviously a very popular passing point if you can get a good run out of turn 4. But really, I would say going into turn 1 is one of the most popular passing zones as well. This is a really tough track just to pass on, just because it's very technical. You really got to plan your pass in advance. You got to really study your competitor, see where you're faster than them, where they might be faster than you, and really use that to your advantage.
This is where White has always been making up a little bit of a time coming up the hill.
When you get the chance, can you call downforce to grid?
Downforce to grid, downforce to grid. If you are in the downforce class, please head to grid right now.
Probably coming up around to the white flag, it looks like.
White flag is out of this race, so we are going to be coming to the checkered flag this next time by. Fabiani is still doing a great job controlling this pace. Coming up to turn 4 right now. No pressure from behind, doing a great job. Beautiful drone shot right there to really just see how much the elevation this track really has.
It seems to follow the natural topography here.
It really does. It really does. It's a fantastic track. It's extremely technical. This is a really good development track. A lot of drivers come here to really learn car placement, proper driving techniques, because if you really can put a consistent lap down here, man, it almost makes other tracks easier. It's very, very challenging to be consistent here.
What's the key to it?
A lot of confidence in yourself, good car setup. I mean, just seat time. You just got to really put a lot of laps in here. The thing with elevation is it just adjusts the balance so much. You know, when you race somewhere like in Florida where the track's very flat, it's one thing because you've got to really commit. But when you're dealing with elevation and the car's getting light up over crest, going downhill under braking, it's hard because you're asking a lot out of the front tires. It makes it a bit more challenging. But personally, elevation, it adds a whole nother level of fun to me.
Oh, it does.
And this track offers a ton of it. And here we come to the checkered flag. Fabiani takes the win with Matt White in second.
I think we got Tyner coming up.
There he is, across the line. Looks like Mike Pasco finished in P3.
We missed it.
Came back when it counted. Well, our downforce race will be coming up momentarily. They are at grid now. They will be rolling out. We're going to have a big field once again in our downforce series. This is going to be a great show, and looks like the rain is just missing us.
Now, do they race in the rain?
So you can race radicals in the rain. However, the SR3 specifically have slick tires. So in that case, no.
No. Okay.
But you can purchase wets, and you can run them in the rain. The SR1s actually come with a treaded tire. So you can run those in the rain, but if it's heavy rain, it's not ideal. But you can run them in damp conditions. The SR3, even if it's damp, it's still a bit sketchy.
Is it?
Yeah. Yep.
Do we have the grid for the downforce race?
Yeah, we're doing good for downforce. Once they're all lined up.
Do we have the?
So the marshals are currently working on getting the grid set up for race number 2. And we will be rolling here momentarily.
There it is. Who's in what?
SR1, SR3. I can call it out if you want me to.
All right, and it looks like the pace car is going to go ahead and make its way on track right now. Pace car driver Collins Rigdon leading this big pack of downforce drivers out on the grid. This is our largest downforce grid to date, folks. You are watching history right now. Race 1 was very exciting. We should have another very exciting race in store here for race number 2. So right now, fill-in host Will Rigdon alongside Tyler Edwards.
And on pole position, we have Raiden Nickel in that number 93 car. He is driving a Radical SR1. In second position, we have Chris Hune, AMP member, driving a Radical SR3 1500cc motor. In P3, we have Barry Davison, number 57. He is driving a Radical SR3 1500cc. In P4, Greg Folger, sponsored by Folger Gas. He is in car number 29. He is driving a Radical SR3 1340cc motor. In P5, we have Shane Anderson, that all-white Praga R1. P6, we have Jack Rambo in that black Praga R1. P7, we have Kevin Clifford in the number 98 Radical SR1. And in P8, we have Pete Folger, car number 77, that blue and white beautiful car. He's in a Radical SR1. P9, Elliot Alexander in the 999. He is in a Praga R1 as well. P10, David Mason, number 28, that red and white Radical SR3 1340cc. P11, Justin Fiera, car number 96 in that Radical SR1. P12, Andrew Nagy, car number 99 in Radical SR1. P13, we have Aaron Smith, number 83, and he is in a Spec Racer Ford. And then finally, finishing up the field, we have P14, Mr. John Hope Bryant in the number 15 KTM Crossbow GT4. Exciting field of cars. We're going to be getting going green here very shortly. We're going to have one more pace lap just to let these drivers warm up their slick tires, give them just a little bit more time. But really, with this overcast weather now, with these clouds rolling through, I think the track conditions are going to be even better than earlier.
No doubt.
So here they come down through 16, down the front straightaway. You can see the drivers just weaving back and forth a little bit, accelerating, decelerating, trying to just gain some temp in those brakes, heat soak into the wheels and tires, just so when they dive into turn 1 and take the green flag, They really know what they got. This is a very important part of the process to make sure you get your equipment warmed up.
It's so great to see a big field today.
It's fantastic to see. It makes it fun for the drivers. The community here is growing. A lot of radicals. We have the Pragas now that are joining in on the fun as well. It's fascinating to see how the different cars and different drivers are racing with each other. You know, they're all very fair in racing. Everybody's here to have fun. Obviously healthy competition. All the people in the field know each other. Bunch of good friends, and we're just excited to be out at the track and enjoying some good racing.
Well, you're here to have fun, and the farther up you finish, the more fun you have.
That's right. That's right. So as the cars come out of turn 6, they're going to be entering into the back section of the track. We're going to be going down into 10 and 11. That is where most of the elevation of this track is. There's roughly 86 feet of elevation in that section.
Wow.
It's pretty incredible. And as they enter out of 13 into the carousel, they are all going to grid up. And then we are going to take the green flag. So now they're coming down out of turn 13 into that long sweeping carousel. This is where all the cars are going to start gridding up in double file position. Ray Nickel leading the charge in number 93 in the Radical SR1, and P1 with Chris Hune on his right. In that Radical SR3, Barry Davison falling behind, Greg Folger, and Shane Anderson rounding out the top 5. We want to see this grid get nice and tight. In our racing school at Primal Racing, obviously we practice race starts and restarts. A lot of these students have come through our school and been able to practice this, but now as they're rounding through turn 16, their eyes are going to be on that flag stand, waiting for that green flag. Here they come, round 16, looking for that green flag. The green flag is out. Here they go. Going down to turn 1. We got some 3-wide action going on. We'll see how everybody makes it out. It gets really tight in turn 1, and looks like everybody makes it through clean. We got that Praga flying up the inside. Wow. You can just see the difference in horsepower. It's pretty incredible.
Are they similar in power to weight or no?
The power is much different. That silver and black Praga has close to 500 horsepower.
Oh, wow.
The red and white Radical directly behind has 200. Okay. So the difference is definitely there. They're going to really pull on the straightaways. So if you're a Radical and you're in front of one of those Pragas, that's telling something.
I got to say.
So far, everybody's kind of evening out, single file lane. This is where you're going to kind of get into a rhythm, figure out who you're racing with, being consistent, hitting your marks. First time coming through the carousel, building up speed, building up temp in those tires and brakes. Everybody's still kind of feeling it out.
Seems like they're all behaving themselves.
Everybody's doing a good job, and that's really what this race here is about. You know, we're not personally, you know, we don't want people out here that necessarily maybe shouldn't be out here. As nice as I can say that, you know, a lot of these guys have come through our racing school. They progressed through our ladder system, and they've deserved a right to be here.
Now, as you progress through the school, can you rent a car for the race?
You can, yes. So most people will start in our 3-day racing school, and then they will progress up to the 2-day advanced school. After the 2-day advanced school, they actually receive an SCCA full competition license, so they can race more places than just here. And you can rent a Radical SR1 from us, and ideally it's people that we've worked with. We built that relationship. You know, I personally know that they're ready for something like this. I don't want to put somebody out there that maybe not be ready for their own safety and others. But everybody, like I said, who's on the track here has deserved to be here and have deserved right. But we do rent Radical SR1s. We got a little lock up there from a Spec Racer Ford in turn 6. He gathers it up nicely. Working down through turn 10 up to 11 and 12. All of the elevation as they work back into turn 13 and into the carousel. Ray Nickel leading out front, just kind of maintaining that pace. Chris Hune keeping him in tow.
Lap times are pretty close.
So the SR3 definitely has a little bit more downforce, and there's a little bit more weight. So you can really push a Radical SR1 pretty hard, as you can see. Raiden is out front. He's carrying good speed. We have a great battle for second right now with Chris Hune and Barry Davison. They're both an identical Radical SR3 1500cc motor, so both of those cars have 230 horsepower. And you see the Praga with Shane Anderson kind of creeping up behind in that Praga R1. Now, the Praga with Shane Anderson definitely has more power, so it's going to be curious to see how much he really pulls on Chris and Barry down the straightaway here coming out of turn 6.
And Chris and Barry look like they're having a good time.
They are. They've been doing this quite a while. They've been really enjoying their race cars, and they've been out here doing these races for a couple years now. And they've been doing a really good job. So this is the battle for P2 we're looking at right now, going down through turn 11 and up through turn 12. Little bobble there from Chris Hune over the crest right there. And that's interesting because as you come up over that hill in turn 12, you really want to give it as much throttle as you can to work it up over that crest. But right at the crest, it gets very light. So the back end can really step out there, and it looks like that happened with Chris. So we'll see if maybe Barry wants to try and make a move down here into turn 1.
Now, is there any aero wash following close behind?
Yes, there is aero wash. And so if you get really close to the car behind, I would say you're really going to notice the aero wash roughly a car length behind.
Oh, really?
And around 16, you're going to be carrying in the SR3 roughly 120 miles an hour through 16. So if you get right up behind somebody, you will feel the car push if you're directly behind since you don't have that aero on your front spoiler. Well, unfortunately, it looks like Shane Anderson, that Praga R1, has pulled into the pits. I'm not sure what happened to his car, but he has obviously dropped off. That will promote Greg Folger up to P4, and Kevin Clifford will round out your top 5 in a Radical SR1. Still this great battle going on between Chris Hune and Barry Davison.
With Raiden being the class of the field today.
Raiden is obviously quick. He's, you say with the young drivers, they have no fear at that point in their career, and Raiden's got a lot of talent. He's obviously been working really hard and just seeking opportunities at this point in his career. It's really tough to do. I was there in a similar situation he was, pretty much getting any opportunity I could, and look at that. We got a pass for P2, and does he make it stick?
Ooh,
he does an over-under.
under.
Over-under. Classic move. That is when the inside car obviously takes a really shallow line into the corner, can't get it slowed up enough, pushes wide, and Chris Hune does a class act job to cross him up and pass him back.
Is that the move?
When you make that move stick and you're defending and you pass back, that's a fantastic feeling.
Well, these guys are having a ball.
They're having a good time. So right here, they're coming down towards turn 10. This is my favorite section of the track because it's all about speed, momentum, and just being extremely smooth with your inputs. And plus the elevation. That's where the 80 feet right there of elevation happens. There's turn 12, diving back down the hill into 13 into that big carousel. Chris Hune just a little wide. Barry chasing him down, see if he can try and make another move into turn 1. Here they come out of 16. Down the front straightaway is Barry going to try and make another move. Chris goes defensive on the inside. Good defensive move. Good defensive driving by Chris. He's not doing anything wrong. He's not, overly blocking or any way. He's just basically telling Barry, hey, I'm not just going to give you the inside lane.
Lap time-wise, there's not much between them.
Now, they are letting Raiden just kind of pull away because with two cars fighting, it's always going to be a little slower. And Raiden is now just kind of setting the pace and doing his own thing. But now we do have two separate classes. So we have the SR1 class and the SR3 class. So right now, this is for the lead. This is for position. Now we do have a really nice battle happening right now through turn 4 with David Mason, Pete Folger, and Kevin Clifford. Going through turn 6 right now, we have a really nice battle. Here we go. David Mason leading this, so this is for position 8, 9, and 10 going down here. David Mason leading this little pack. He's in a Radical SR3, followed by Pete Folger in a Radical SR1, and Justin Fierro behind him.
Hune and Davis is still going at it, hammer and tongs.
We'll see if any of these guys can make a move down here. So in this situation, David in an SR3's got a little bit more power than these guys, about 20 horsepower more. But Pete and Justin Fierro, looks like they're having a good battle in the Radical SR1s. See if Justin might try and make a move down here down the front straightaway.
So the SR1s and SR3s are in different classes.
Correct. That is correct. And again, just going through the specs, the Radical SR1 is roughly around 1,000 pounds and has 180 horsepower. And the SR3 has around 1,300 pounds, and it's got, depending if you have the 1340cc motor, you'll be doing 200 horsepower. If you have the 1,500cc motor, that is 230 horsepower.
And the Praga, we have a lot more horsepower.
You're going to have 400 to 500 horsepower in those.
How about the weight?
The weight on those, I believe, they're definitely sub 2,000. I believe they're probably around 1,500.
So they should have a performance advantage.
Definitely, definitely.
But not today.
Well, hey, I mean, and that goes back, even if you have the fastest race car, doesn't mean you're automatically going to be guaranteed to win.
That's why we run the race.
That's why. That's what's called racing.
So Charles always makes me nervous when he's like, this guy's going to win. I'm like, no, you can't say that. You just put the curse on him.
We got a good pass right here. That's a hard place to pass, but can he make it stick? Big little slide there. It looks like that's Pete Folger on the inside and Justin Fierro on his outside. And did he make that stick? It looks like he might have.
I didn't think you could pass there.
So there goes David Mason flying by. Pete Folger and Kevin Clifford. So that was Kevin Clifford that actually made that pass around the outside on Pete Folger. Fantastic pass. KTM. So I'm curious to see if Kevin Clifford can kind of gain up here on David Mason, see if he can make a move. Chris Hune is still leading Barry Davison for first overall in the SR3 class. Here they come down into turn 1. Still right there. Barry is hanging with him.
We're about halfway through right now.
Yep. He's still looking on the inside right there. It's a tough track to pass. It's very technical. You don't have a super long straightaway to draft up on anybody, so you really got to get very strategic on trying to plan your pass ahead of time. And plus, with these guys in identical cars, same power, same weight, it's all driver.
Yep.
And really, at this point, Barry, he's just saying, Chris, just make a mistake. Make one mistake.
Would it be a benefit just to cool down a little bit and save the tires for the last end charge? Or
that's the thing. You could lay back a little bit, but if Chris gets a little too far ahead, by the time you have to push all of that just to get back to their bumper, you might be back in the same position you were with your tires. In my opinion, at this track, keeping constant pressure is going to be what's going to get you by them. Raiden Nickel passing the start-finish line. He is still leading this race, just maintaining the lead, but we're watching Chris Hune and Barry Davison come through turn 16. Flying by, they're going about 128 miles an hour right there, flying by us. Going down to turn 1. Still looking good. Good racing all around this track. Everybody's kind of settled down. We're coming down to about 7 minutes remaining in this 20-minute race. And at this point, the drivers are really feeling it. This is a very, very busy track. the lap here, you're constantly doing something, constantly steering, braking. Your eyes are always moving. The thing with this track is there's 11 blind corners, so your eyes are constantly having to readjust and look ahead. And it's a very tiring track.
So there's a little lockup there from, it looked like Hume.
Yep, let's see that too. So fatigue is definitely playing a game right now with some of these drivers.
This Prague is moving real slow.
Now, it does look like there is a Prague of Elliott Alexander starting to inch up on Greg Folger, which Greg Folger's in a 1340cc SR3. So that's got 200 horsepower, and Elliott Alexander's chasing him down. He's definitely going to catch him in the straightaways, having closer to 500 horsepower. So this should be a pretty easy pass for Elliott if he can get up to the bumper of Greg Folger. Here we watch Chris Yoon and Barry Davison coming back down the straightaway.
These guys are going at it.
They're having a great time, putting on a good show. Here we go, pass with Elliott Alexander going by Greg Folger, and that's just a horsepower game. Can't do much about that. He's going to pull away from him here coming out of turn one. And there's the horsepower difference.
There it is.
Yep, you see him kind of walk away. Here they come in turn 2 and 3, and that's the gap that Elliott's already put on Greg Folger. Looking at turn 6 right here, there is Chris Hune and Barry Davison. Using all that runoff and more. They're really using as much track as they can. Diving down into turn 10 again. A little wide there for Chris.
Ooh.
And a little early apex there for Barry. That kind of prohibited his entry there. These guys are really working each other hard.
See another one of those passes here.
So we just passed the 5-minute mark. We're about to be 5 minutes to the end of this race.
Here we go.
He's looking, and Chris is doing a fantastic job defending that. But one interesting thing here is, look at this lap traffic.
Yeah, we got some traffic coming up.
This lap traffic's going to be really interesting to see how Chris Hune navigates this, because if Barry can get a little strategic here, he can try and take advantage of this.
Use one of those as a pick.
Here we go. He's looking through turn 4. It looks like, I believe, let's see who that is. Ooh, chopping the door on that other car. So they both make it through the Radical SR1 clean. That is a student that has gone through the school, so obviously they're going to do a good job. Looks like that was Andrew Nagy. And then John Hope Bryant there into the KTM Crossbow GT4. This will be interesting to see how they work around him.
Oh, here we go. We got a pat.
Oh,
side
he
by
made
side.
it work. Look at that. Ooh, that was close. Using this as advantage.
It still is. It's not over
This
yet.
KTM is getting very wide and in their way. We do have one spin in turn 1. It looks like these both clear the KTM. We're going to have a local caution in turn 1. It looks like that's Pete Folger. He had a bit of a spin, backed it in.
He's back on track.
His bumper looks a little loose, so let's hope that hangs on and we don't have a caution for any kind of debris. Looks like he's going to be easing that thing back in the pit, so it looks like
I think Davison and Hune got together.
we got a little bit of contact. I don't know if there's something maybe on the track.
Could be some of the sand.
Couple spins, but there was some close racing. I don't know if something was put down maybe on the surface that caused that, or if that was hard racing. Looks like we have 2 minutes remaining. So we're going to continue a standing yellow. Basically, we're going to just continue this local caution going to turn 1. It looks like Pete is off the track and in a safe spot. And so we're going to finish this race out, and they'll go after and go take care of him. Turn one's very tricky, especially this late in a race when the tires are really hot, the brakes are really starting to get really heated up. You got to manage your brakes here because this track really is tough on front brakes, especially. They just don't have a ton of time to cool. You're constantly braking hard. You're always turning. You don't have a long straightaway to really let them cool off, so it's really testing the driver's ability to manage their equipment.
And they don't have any time to rest either, really.
No, it's a very busy lap. It's a tough track. This is why it's such a good development track.
So we got Barry Davison and Hugh. They're still holding in second and third.
Looks like we're going to have our white flag this next time by. White flag next time by. Ray Nickel is still just leading the charge out front. Barry Davison and Chris Hune are still in P2 and 3. That is first and second overall in the SR3 class. Looks like both their cars are okay, despite that spin. They're still rolling and moving just fine. There's the white flag for Raiden Nickel. So we'll have one more lap. Raiden Nickel is making his way through turn 2 and 3 and up into 4.
His lap times are so consistent, too.
Yep, they really are. So Raiden Nickel's making his way down into turn 6 now. Doesn't really have anything in front of him that he really needs to worry about. All the cars passing start-finish line with that white flag out. Right at start-finish line, these cars are going right around 130 miles an hour before they have that hard braking zone into turn 1.
And how slow are they going through turn 1?
The apex speed is going to be around 40 to 45, so they're really putting on the anchors and slowing them down.
That's a huge difference. Historics to grid. Historics to grid.
And Raiden Nickel is going to be coming around here very shortly. And there he is. Raiden Nickel wins race number 2 of our downforce racing. Fantastic race. Good hard racing. Good clean racing. Some really solid passes.
Yeah,
nice big field. It's what we want to see.
The Barry and Chris show was pretty good.
That was fantastic.
I really did.
I wish we had multiple camera angles because we had some other really good battles. Looks like our top 5, Raiden Nickel. Barry Davison did come home. P2, that is first in the SR3 class. Chris Hune came home P3 overall. Greg Folger, P4. Jack Rambo rounds out our top 5. David Mason, P6. Kevin Clifford, P7. Justin Fierro, this is his first time in our race this year.
Wow.
He comes home P7. Aaron Smith and that Spec Racer, P8. And John Hope Bryant finishes in P10.
A really entertaining race.
Really good race. Unfortunate for Shane Anderson. He did have to pull off early in that race. He was sitting in P4, P5. I'm not really sure what happened. There we see Greg Folger. They're about to go get him and basically get him back in the pits, and I'm going to go down and kind of see what happened with that. But really appreciated being up here with you.
Pleasure meeting you today.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Always love these downforce cars. They put on a good show. They're super fun to watch and even more fun to drive. So if you're interested in coming out and driving a Radical SR1 or getting in a car like this, check out Primal Racing School. You can come out. We have a 1-day school. We have a 3-day school. And we have our 2-day advanced school. So primalracing.com, you can get more information there.
And then they can actually rent a car and race.
That's right. You can work your way up, and you can join these guys here and come race with us once a month.
Awesome.
All right, I need all historic cars to the grid. All historic cars. We're going to go ahead and get you out on track once we get this recovery done. But we have some angry clouds moving in, so we want to go ahead and get all the cars on grid so we can get you released as soon as we get this recovery done.
Hey, Tyler. Hey, Pete. I'm down here with race winner, Raiden Nickel. Second win of the day, second race. What can you tell us about the experience the second go-around?
Same game plan going in. Have a fun, safe, clean race. Yeah, not much change from a strategy standpoint.
All right, and there were quite a few racers that had some difficulty down in turn one. So any difficulty for you down in turn one, and any pointers for those who did have trouble?
Not that race. I didn't have any issue with it, but I can see how it keeps, it catches a couple drivers off guard. It's a downhill off-camber left-hander. It's a very deceiving once you're on track. So drivers will tend to go a little deep into it, maybe get on the brakes a little too late, or just too deep into the corner as they're closer to the apex and can tend to spin. But I never really had any issue that race.
Awesome. Now you are super fast in this class, obviously. 2 wins for today. Next class is SR3, is that right?
Yeah, the SR3 is this is the next class up. There's 2 engines that you can choose. The 1340, which is in the SR1 as CC, or the 1500 CC. So a little more power, bigger car, bigger tires. They're full slicks as well, and there's more aero as well to help keep the car on the ground. It weighs just a tad bit more, but it's a super stable platform, super fun car, and yeah.
Well, once again, it is exciting to watch you, and we look for you in racing out here in the next class up and the next class up. And so big shout out to your sponsor, your dad.
My dad, Primal, all the mechanics and everyone that keeps the show running, and giving everybody the opportunity to come out here, race, and have a great time.
All right, I'm here with a super fast Raiden Nickel. I'm going to send it back up to the tower, you guys.
We're waiting for some track cleanup, and the historics are ready to make their run before I think we're going to get some weather here.
And looks like we got the Lowell out there toting that lone radical off the track. It's a tough break there. He was dragging a bumper. He made better thought of it to pull off track, get out of the way, and that kept us from throwing the full course caution for the recovery, so that was some good etiquette by that driver. But as soon as we get him off track, it looks like we've got all 4 historic drivers lined up and ready to go, so we're going to get them on track as soon as we can. And we will be right back with you momentarily once we get this historic race underway.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Praga racer Jack Rambo. What an exciting day for you. Second race of the day. What can you tell me about your experience the second go-round versus the first go-round in this amazing car you got here?
Well, I haven't raced since 2019, so I got a little more comfortable in the car. The car has a lot of pace. It has a lot of capability far beyond mine. So I was enjoyed pushing it as hard as I could, and the thing has got some oomph and some bite, and has got incredible speed down the front straight, and I tried to take it as much advantage of that as I could. I'm having a hard time breathing right now.
Oh, sure, I can imagine. So 2019, your racing experience, now you're out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. What can you tell us about those different experiences?
Well, the 2019 experiences were here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. The last race I did was actually here in an LMP3 car, believe it or not. And I quickly discovered that was not a great track car and traded it for something lighter and more economical. But no, it's just a wonderful track, super technical. It challenges you all the way around. There's little to no time to rest, and it's a ball. I love it here.
Awesome. Well, it's a ball to watch you. This is your car right here, is that right?
It is. It is. We just, me and 3 other members bought 4 of these cars, and they've just been delivered in the last, 2 weeks? So we're just trying to shake the bugs out and get the cars set up properly. So there'll be more to come from us.
Awesome. More to come from Jack Rambo, everybody. And I'm going to send it back up to the tower for our next race. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
altitude. Maximum flight altitude reached.
All right, attention all drivers. All drivers, there is lightning in the area, so we are checkering this race. We are past halfway, so this will be the end of the historics. We are tabulating right now for autocross time attack and the race series. We should be able to get our podiums underway in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you can hear me, all drivers, go ahead, start making your way towards the podium area. Once we get these historics off track and we finish getting results tabulated, we are going to go into our podium ceremony. All right, I need everybody to make their way towards the podium. Scores are tabulated, so we are inbound right now. I need everybody to start making their way to the podium. We are going to get this underway in less than 5 minutes. All right, if I get all drivers to move up to the showroom inside, we're going to do this inside. We weren't quite able to beat the rain, so I need everybody to go ahead and get inside. And Miss Michaela, if you can hear me upstairs, go ahead and get my speakers out of the rain. Thank you.